Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, amazing law nerd. It's Wednesday, it's August 19th, and court started late today. The judge had calendar to run in the morning, so we are going to court just for the afternoon session today. They were doing some things off the record, and of course, the audio in court is not on until they are on the record in this case, so they were doing things off the record for a minute. We won't know what that is until maybe later, maybe never. But it doesn't matter because we're here now. And guess what? I have no idea what's in store after the day we had yesterday. I'm still trying to process the day we had yesterday. Yesterday is one of the most interesting days in court I think I can remember in a very, very long time. We had witnesses who were not only there the night that this happened. We had witnesses who saw the immediate aftermath. We had a detective who the defense was trying to say, well, isn't it better to write reports now? And this cold case detective is like, let me tell you about how we write our reports and why they might be late and how we're going to do this and how we're going to do that. And then we got into Reggie Wright Jr., who had been Compton PD, whose dad had been Compton PD, who grew up in the neighborhood with Suge Keffe D, lived in the same neighborhood, talked about right-way security, why security was not armed that night in the club. You know what nobody asked him, though? Nobody asked him if they were armed outside the club. He's like, no, we couldn't be armed in the club. Okay, well, were y'all strapped outside the club? Did you have safes in your vehicles? Like, what were we doing? And then we heard from Mob James, which is one of the wildest witnesses I have ever seen in a trial. The unfiltered, well, somewhat filtered honesty of Mob James. And the reason I say unfiltered is because when Mob James wasn't going to answer something, there was no, I don't recall, there was no sidestepping around it. There was just, are you seriously asking me that right now? You really want me to tell you that? You think about that. He told Keffe D at one point yesterday, come get your lawyer. He's tripping. Some of the craziest stuff I have seen. And I found, and I think the jury will probably find, Mob James to be an incredibly credible witness, because when he didn't want to talk about it, he told you why he didn't want to talk about it. And you're like, I understand that. I get it. I get why he's like, I'm not going to talk about this. I'm not going to talk about that. But also, the things that he didn't want to say came across very clearly that what he didn't want to say is what he knew that Keffe D did regarding the killing of Tupac. It came across to me pretty clear, especially when he pointed at Keffe D and was like, I'm not finna put you in prison. And he looked at the defense attorney and they were like, you're gonna, but I'm not trying to put you in prison by saying what I know. Well, what does that say to you loud and clear, everybody? If I tell you everything I know, that man sitting over there is going to prison. And at one point, he just said it. When the defense attorney was questioning him, he was talking about the fact that they got back from Vegas to LA. He was like 2.5, maybe 3 hours, not 4 or more. That they hauled ass back from Vegas to LA and strapped up. They armed themselves. They hit the armory. Well, everybody's homes. They hit the armory and were rolling out immediately into Keffe D's neighborhood looking for Keffe D and Orlando Anderson. And as the defense kept pressing about why they would be rolling out looking for Keffe D and Orlando Anderson in opposing gang territory, which is just a few blocks away, he said, because of the killing of Tupac, because of the shooting of Tupac. We were looking for them because of the shooting of Tupac. Well, kind of says everything, doesn't it? But I am still waiting to hear what other evidence they have about Keffe D being in Vegas. We know there's lots of interviews Keffe D gave. We're going to see more of them. I did not expect that there was some YouTube collaboration beef where, well, everybody in the afternoon has a podcast, but Reggie Wright was like, I mean, I told him he could come on my YouTube channel, but I didn't want to pay him. I didn't want to pay him because, well, he killed Tupac. So yesterday was absolutely something else. We're going to go to court today, see what they put on the record before we get into witnesses. What will today bring? I don't know. But what I do know is that Keffe D has repeatedly said that when his car pulled up to the car that Tupac was in, that Suge Knight was driving, that he and Suge Knight locked eyes. I want to hear that testimony from Suge's perspective. I want to hear that from Suge's perspective. All right, let's roll the intro. Let's go to court. Law nerds, we're in trial. It's day 3. Let's see what happens today.
Bring the jury.
Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. It seems that we have some new law nerds tuning in for today. Is Suge on the witness list? Yes, Suge is on the witness list. A lot of you are asking, why wasn't Mob James held in contempt? Because he didn't do anything contemptible. And nobody asked to hold him in contempt. And none of the lawyers pressed it when Mob James was like, are you seriously asking me that? The lawyers are like, let me ask you another way. Let me ask you a different way. Let me ask you another way. To go through a contempt process with a witness, you have to keep asking the same question. They refuse to answer. And then you have to bring it up with the court. Your Honor, I need you to instruct the witness to answer the question. And then you go through all of it. Then there would be process. Then there would be a hearing. But the attorneys didn't press it. They asked their questions a different way. And that didn't always go well. But at the end of the day, there were things he said he wasn't going to answer that the attorneys didn't press. But he kind of answered a lot of those questions, even though he was like, are you really asking me about that? And some of the things they asked about were violent confrontations that, depending on what those violent confrontations are, could also potentially implicate his own Fifth Amendment right. So there were some areas that they can't press on. So he was not brought in as a hostile witness, even though he said, you better treat me like a hostile witness. He wasn't. And the attorneys didn't ever ask him to answer. At one point, he looked at the court and he was like, is this for real? For real? So it wasn't in that realm of, sir, we are ordering you to testify, or the court admonishing him that he had to testify. I was actually surprised the court let him do a little monologue at the end and apologize to Keffe D for being there, which I wonder what the jury will think. Because when he's apologizing to Keffe D, does the jury take away the, hey man, I never wanted to talk about this. He said, nobody's talked about this for 30 years. Today isn't the day. I mean, it was. He said quite a lot. But he apologized. And the apology came across to me as, I mean, I'm sorry you're going to prison, man, for the shit that you did. Like, I'm sorry that you're going to prison. I really don't want to be here. And I got the sense from Mob James, like, who am I to sit here and put somebody else in prison knowing the shit that I did? Like, who am I to try to put this man in prison 30 years later? We've all moved on with our lives. And I've done the exact same shit. Like, not the exact same with regard to Tupac, but who am I to sit here on the witness stand? And it goes against his entire value system. And I know that sounds weird, and we can talk about values and how this works, but there is a code, literally a stick to the code. And getting up on that witness stand violates that code. And the only reason he did it is because he is in his 60s, he is raising his grandkids, and he doesn't want to uproot them constantly running from a subpoena. That's the only reason he was there. Well, and probably because Suge's in prison, Keffe D's in prison, and almost everyone else is dead. But there is a code. And he was struggling with, A, violating that code, and B, not being able to just talk about what he did, but talk about what he saw, and then trying to explain to these lawyers what that is like. But through explaining to the lawyers, he was explaining to the jury exactly what rolling in a gang at the street level for him and Keffe D, who were at the top of their organizations. I know it sounds weird to say organizations, but they are no different than the mafia organizations that have a very strict structure. They were at the top of their organization and they were doing violent shit. They were telling people to do violent shit. And I imagine that sitting here 30 years later testifying is surreal to him. But I really wanted them to ask if he knew about Keffe D's book. Maybe we'll find out that it's in his podcast down the road. But fascinating witnesses. It's always interesting to me because gang cases were so frequent a part of being at the DA's office in LA that you learn pretty quickly. But it's always interesting to watch how different lawyers who have not dealt with gangs in LA, these are clearly Vegas attorneys, are trying to navigate explaining that to a jury and trying to have the jury understand. That doesn't mean accept. That doesn't mean think it's okay. To understand what was happening and how that all works. And it was fascinating. Just fascinating. So we're going to court today. And wow, yesterday was wild. Just wild. So let's go to court, shall we? All right. Hopefully the court will come on the record soon and we'll have audio in a minute, but we don't have audio just yet.
407.
There we go.
Looks like we have the jury lined up. Anything we need to address before we bring them in?
Not from the state.
Mr. Sam?
Yeah, we do have one request of the court. I understand that the state will be putting on a witness that actually has a medical appointment back in California tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't worry, chat. We'll fly when the jury comes in.
And so as a result, I would like to be able to do my cross after they present all of their direct evidence, which would include the recording that will be played with regards to an interview with Mr. Davis. But I'd like to do that at the end instead of in the middle like we did yesterday or the other day with Detective Miller. There were questions I wanted to ask Detective Miller that I just couldn't do after the recording had been played. And so I understand that this Detective Dupree, would be in California tomorrow for the appointment.
So you would rather...
That's
she's going to be back in California, but you still want to do it via Zoom.
Sure, yeah, because I don't want to miss with his appointment on.
So no objection to him doing it via Zoom, but you want the state to present all of the information that they're presenting through him, and then you do your cross.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can accommodate that, right, State?
Well, I mean, there is approximately 5 hours worth of recordings with him. Once it's in evidence, our choice to play it, whether he's on the stand or not, is when we decide to play it.
Okay.
During the trial. I explained to Detective Dupree that I planned to do my direct and his cross-examination today because I knew that he had to be out of here.
5 hours?
Okay.
I don't think he'd be opposed to subject to recall with Mr. Sant if he wants to go and would come back on by Zoom, but I am opposed to the idea that they're going to control the way we present our evidence. We'll do direct, we'll do cross. If there's anything he wants to additionally have from Detective Dupree, I don't think that he would necessarily be opposed to getting on a Zoom in his case.
All right.
Also, the prosecutor's right in this, and we've seen this in other cases. Once all of you have gone to Elle Woods in the hot tub, once the information, the recording, or whatever it is, once that has been admitted into evidence, and we went over this so many times in the Corey Richins case, because the defense in the Corey Richins case did not understand this, but once the information is authenticated, the prosecution can play 30 minutes of the 5 hours, they can play 5 hours of the 5 hours, but they don't have to do it with a witness on the stand. And they can play it without a witness on the stand. So having a witness sit on the stand for 5 hours and say nothing is kind of silly. And there are different rules for different jurisdictions, but some jurisdictions you're not allowed to pause a thing and then ask the witness to reiterate what's said, because the best evidence of that is what the jury hears. So the prosecutor's not wrong on that.
Do you guys want to talk to him real quick to see if he can be recalled? If there's something that needs to be done after everything's presented?
Okay, I just want to jump clear. I heard the state basically say that they don't want me to dictate how they want to present the case. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just saying,
I mean, that's fact.
You're not stipulating that they can play it outside.
look, I mean,
Like,
this
with the
is
other
a
witness.
matter of professional courtesy. I would definitely allow him to go back to California to do what he's doing. But he's on the stand. Technically, he's not supposed to be released until after the court releases him from the subpoena. And so as a result,
Well, true, but
if you want to play that game, then I would want him to stay here overnight so he can at least be cross-examined by me. I just was trying to be nice about it by doing it the other way, but it seems now like I have to recall this person. I don't trust anyone disappearing in the wind. I don't care if he's a detective. Like, in my opinion, I got a problem with that.
Well, yeah, but
I mean, he still wouldn't be released from his subpoena, though.
once a piece of evidence is admitted, it's our choice as to when to
play
play
it
it
when,
and how to
right.
play it. And so, like, I'm not getting dictated how we do that. If he's done with cross, if he's gonna delay cross and keep him on the stand long enough, he's free to play it during this cross-examination if he wants to. Once a piece of evidence is admitted,
That's true.
it's admitted, right? And
Right.
so I'm gonna
So
lay
if
the
you're going to have
foundation.
him verify it and then not play it until closings or something, that's your prerogative.
Or I could just,
Dismiss the witness
on
and play
Friday
after.
decide we're gonna play, because we have hours and hours and hours of audio to play, and just having somebody sitting on the stand for audio is
It's
not
silly.
necessary. I
Yeah.
can present it in any manner I want to. It just doesn't require the witness to be here to listen to it
And
once
so it
it's
sounds like
admitted.
what Mr. Sam just
That's true, but I think we have a failure to communicate because Mr. Samp wants to make sure that he has an opportunity to cross-examine the witness before the witness is excused from his testimony. I don't know if Mr. Samp is asking to cross-examine the witness after all of the audio is played, but if that's the case, he would have to recall him.
saying is he has no objection to you doing your direct and then playing it without him being here, and then he would like to do his cross tomorrow. So I was just gonna see if,
I just don't think we'll be through it by tomorrow. I think it may be,
Oh,
because we have a witness coming tomorrow, so we may be breaking up 2008 and then later on playing 2009. So I don't know when that's gonna happen in our present.
Right, so the prosecution's going to hold on to audio to try to schedule their witnesses around that audio, and it sounds like what the defense wants to do is be able to do the cross-examination after all the audio is played, which that's where the recall comes in.
Presentation of the evidence is
I understand that.
kind of the issue that we're having, because we're really juggling a lot of out-of-state witnesses,
Well,
because
everybody.
nobody was in Vegas when this crime occurred.
Well, no, everybody was in Vegas when this crime occurred, counsel. They just weren't living there.
So Mr. Samp, what I'll do is after you listen to, when the state is done with their direct, and they've admitted what they want to admit and they say that they're done, I'll turn to you and you can let me know if you want to cross-examine now or if you want to ultimately recall him on your own for your presentation.
What defense counsel hasn't asked for, and maybe he does here, is the ability to cross-examine him about things in the audio, even if the audio hasn't played yet, because defense has all the audio and has all the transcripts. So if there's things you want to cross-examine him about, I don't know why you can't cross-examine him or ask the court to allow you to cross-examine him about the audio before the audio plays then. That's a reasonable alternative as well.
there's a little bit of a regret with regards to Detective Miller, and I do understand there were some audio-visual problems with his connection, right, in terms of his... There were
That's
questions
fair.
that I look back and listening to this video or this audio that I should have asked him that I didn't ask him. I do not want to fall into that same regret with regards to
Don't put
Detective Dupree.
that
So,
on the record.
I just know that there will be questions.
Do you want me to ask then? I guess I was just trying to get somebody to figure out if he would be available at a later time for recall. That's all I'm trying to do at this point, so that I can see what my options are.
Can we?
I'd be happy to go out and talk. I think he's in the back.
So if you guys want to talk to him and see if he has a time afterwards, I understand your concern. I understand your point that we can just admit it and play it at closings, essentially. We don't, once something's admitted, you can play it whenever you want. That is true. You also may have questions that get formulated after the item is presented. So let's see if there's a possibility for him to be recalled at all at any point. I have no problem with doing that,
Okay.
but I don't know if he's available.
Yes, ma'am.
So go check with him, and then we can come up with a plan.
The judge is like, literally, can we just? Literally, can we just?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to zoom. There are other ways to handle this. We'll see what they can figure out. I understand the defense saying the connectivity issues make it hard to do a cross-examination. That's completely fair.
Ready to be available Friday morning.
Okay.
If Mr. Sant has any additional questions by way of Zoom, we figure by then we'll be through the 2 statements.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right, perfect. So looks like that's been resolved. Anything else we need to address outside the presence?
Not from the state.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Bring the jury.
Captain Jury.
All right. They are getting ready to bring the jury. Kat asked a very appropriate question. Kat said, did the music video survive the stream? Well, the stream is still up. So the music that we chose to play at the end of stream yesterday has survived. The video is, however, as we all predicted, demonetized. So guess what we have for you today as we bring the jury? Yes, we are 100% going to fly to Vegas, but also we're going to thank our sponsor, because not only did I have delicious ravioli for lunch and have been eating them actually probably more frequently than I should admit, but one of our favorites, Wildgrain, has our back. So, Emily, did you decide to send it? Yes. Why? Because our sponsors have us covered, and it was important. It was an important moment to just take a look at the music video that they had talked about so much in trial. So thank you to our sponsor, Wildgrain. Huge thank you to today's sponsor, Wildgrain. Not only have they been keeping me going in the mornings and many days when we are covering court or trial, but also for dinner. The ease of being able to pull out delicious frozen ravioli and literally sprinkle on some fresh grated Parmesan, it feels like a luxurious dinner experience that is ready in just minutes. They use simple ingredients and slow fermentation, so when you look at what's in your food, you actually recognize what everything is. Plus, you know, I am always looking for things that are easy. Everything from Wildgrain bakes from frozen in 25 minutes or less. And you're never gonna get bored because they always have seasonal offerings. I am so excited for the rolling out of all of the pumpkin things. And they offer higher protein items, vegan items, and gluten-free, so you can find something that works for you. Do not sleep on the protein waffles. They are delicious. And you don't have to just take my word for it. They have over 40,000 5-star reviews and have been voted best food subscription box by USA Today for 3 years in a row. Plus, for every box ordered, 2 meals are donated to a food security nonprofit like the Greater Boston Food Bank and others. So Leonard, I know you want to check out Wildgrain for yourself. Make sure you click the link in the chat or in the description and use my code Leonard to get $30 off your first box. Plus, you'll get free croissants for life. That's right, free croissants for life. They are so good. Make sure you use code Leonard. The link is in the chat and the description. Now, let's get back to it. And we're going to fly because we need our frequent flyer miles. I saw a number of you ask if there are gluten-free options. There are many, 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 many gluten-free options with Wildgrain. And gluten-free to the point that those who I know in my life that are celiac have always really enjoyed Wildgrain, and we have gifted them to those in our life that are celiac because their gluten-free chocolate chip cookies are so freaking incredible. Let's fly to Vegas. Let's see who's on the stand next, and let's hope that we're not going to go through we don't have time to go through 5 hours of video today, so, or audio. Oh God, it's probably audio only if it's from 2007. Well, maybe not. Maybe audio and video? Fingers crossed. All right, Leonards, let's go to court. Oh, I need to put trial day 3 on here. Hold on, that was me. All right, now we're ready. Now we're official. Now we've got our court bug. Jury's coming in. Remember, it's a half day today, which is exciting for all of us. They're going to have a transcript of these interviews. Otherwise, they are so hard.
Okay, you may be seated.
So, and yes, you're going to see me snacking today. I was
Welcome
working
back, ladies and gentlemen.
meetings and things today, so.
Thanks for accommodating me as we started a little bit later. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you, Your Honor.
At this time,
Thank
we are still
you.
in the state's case in chief. Who's your next witness, Mr.
Wade Lee.
Okay.
So this is going to be witness number 13 for the state. They have moved pretty quickly, all things considered. And today is really the first time we've seen the attorneys be like, hey, we have this evidence situation. Can we just talk about it? They sorted it out real quick, didn't they?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Wade Lee, W-A-D-E-L-E-E.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for being here. Mr. DiGiacomo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Let me just get the clerk the next thing in order. I know we're kind of messed up with the next thing. Sir, back in the 90s, how were you employed?
I was a special agent with the FBI,
How long were you with the FBI?
25 years.
And when did you start?
May of 1996.
May of 1996?
Yes.
You haven't been retired that long, actually.
5 years.
I want to direct your attention to the 1997, 1998 time period. What was your assignment? What were you doing for the FBI at that time?
I was assigned to a squad that was working a State Streets Task Force. I was on basically the Violent Crimes Major Offenders program, working gangs in South Central LA.
And you said Project Safe Street, and that's a federal task force that has multi-agency people on it?
Yes, that's correct.
Was
The way it was
very
generally
active in
organized,
LA
there were several
during that
squads
time.
in LA, the LA division of the FBI, that were assigned to different regions of the area, the territories. My squad was assigned to the Watts area of Los Angeles, South Central.
This man literally started with the FBI just a few months before literally all hell broke loose in LA in gangland. Like, he's like, I started in May 1996. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And
Boy.
as part of your duties, did you have a partner by the name of Agent Holiday?
Yeah, Todd Holliday, yes.
Did there come a point
I mean,
in
he was
time
there
when
after
the
the Watts
two of
riots,
you,
so I guess
along
there's
with
that.
other members of your squad, begin an investigation into a criminal street gang by the name of Grape Street?
Yes, it
Can you
was.
explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Grape Street is?
Really? I'm curious to see where this goes. I'm curious to see where this goes. Grape Street is also a Crip set gang.
The Grape Street Crips was a large gang organization that operated out of the Jordan Downs housing projects in Watts. It was basically believed to be the largest Crip set in all of America.
Yep.
Our squad was working the violent aspects and drug dealing and aspects of that organization.
As part of your investigation into Grape Street, did you come across a person that you identified as Duane Davis?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Finally, he's been identified in court.
It's the
Formally.
gentleman sitting in at the defendant's table with the blue shirt and tie.
And how is it that you came across Mr. Davis?
I mean, they're not going to put him in a red shirt. Davis is not happy.
During the course of our investigation with Grape Street, when you're looking at the organization, there was numerous techniques that we used for investigating, whether it was informants, wiretap
Wiretaps.
surveillance, active interviews and things of that nature. During the course of that interview,
Lots of wiretaps.
Mr. Davis kind of came under the umbrella under the course of our investigation of one of his associate family members by the individual of the name Rodney Blackman.
And did Rodney have a nickname?
Speedy.
During the time period that you're doing this investigation, well, let me ask you this. As part of Project Safe Streets, as well as being assigned the Watts area, were you aware of the various gang sets and their
Yup.
Yeah, I mean, while our squad was working that investigation
They had
on
people
Grape
in
Street, you always would have
Watts and South
crossover in
Central and Compton
other
and Long
areas.
Beach.
For example, in Watts, there were 3 main housing project areas.
Each one had its own set.
had fairly prominent gang organizations, as well as gangs that came up from the Compton area and other parts of South Central Los Angeles. So there was usually crossover, whether it's from drug activity or other sort of gang violence, things like that.
And you mentioned one of them, the Jordan Downs.
Yes.
Not the Jordan
what
Downs,
type of
just Jordan
housing-
Downs Council.
What type of gang activity was going on in the Jordan Downs?
All.
So Grape Street Crips operated out of Jordan Downs housing projects, and they basically controlled that whole house.
Though there wasn't as much human trafficking then in the 90s. They didn't have as much human trafficking going on as started to become prominent later, but all assaults, robberies, drug crimes, murder, extortion, just all counsel. The reason they're doing this is because there is gang allegations in this case, so there are things that need to be proven to the jury, and this witness, it seems like, is going to be the gang expert that comes in. I wonder if we'll have anybody else, but I think it is smart to bring in the FBI task force versus LAPD. Don't you?
Housing projects as far as the drug trafficking, violent activity, and things of that nature.
If somebody were hiding out from blood gang members hunting him, and he was a Crip, obviously, would it be safe for him to be inside the Jordan Downs?
Yeah, from other rival gangs and things of that nature, yes, generally speaking.
You mentioned that Mr. Davis.
Yeah, because nobody else is rolling up to Jordan Downs unless they want to fucking die. So, yes, it would be a safe place for somebody to hide out.
Had a cousin, I'm going to call Speedy. At some point, do you wind up learning information that allows you to arrest Mr. Davis for some criminal offenses?
Yes, we were part of our investigation
Yeah.
while we were up on Mr. Blackman. There was a period of time when Mr. Davis actually was staying with Blackman. It was actually after the Tupac Shakur murder. During the course of our investigation of the Grape Street Crips and of Blackman and things like that, we were able to obtain
Blackman, aka Speedy.
information and evidence to develop a case against Mr. Davis.
I would imagine that's
And
for
can you just
drugs.
describe the general allegations of the case?
It was drug trafficking, 2 kilos. He was
Only 2?
indicted and arrested for selling 2 kilos of cocaine.
And
I want to know if him putting in his book that he's running hundreds and hundreds of kilos, I want to know if that's just like puffery and bullshit or if he was really running that much. Oh, we got him on 2 kilos. Is that because that's all he was running? Or is that because he was bullshitting in his book? I'm curious.
the type of evidence you had against Mr. Davis, what was it?
Most of it was telephone conversation intercepts from wiretaps, court-authorized wiretaps.
Right.
And based upon the charges, ultimately, do you indict Mr. Davis for some crimes related to drug trafficking?
Yes, he was indicted, arrested, and then eventually pled guilty.
The type of sentence Mr. Davis was facing when he was indicted, what kind of ranges are we talking for those kind of charges?
I believe it was around somewhere in the nature of 10 years and initially, but it varies depending on individuals' prior criminal history, whether they were felony convictions, drug trafficking offenses, and things of that nature. It also varies depending on the type of drug that the individual might have been accused of trafficking. Back then, and at that time period, the federal sentencing guidelines, there was a difference in sentencing for rock cocaine, crack cocaine versus regular powder cocaine and things of that nature. And he was indicted for trafficking 2 kilos of powder cocaine.
As part of that investigation, does there come a point in time when you do what's known as a proffer with Mr. Davis?
Yes, we did.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a proffer is.
Oh, bro was in the room where it happened for the federal proffer that was never, ever, ever supposed to see the light of day. I have some questions about this federal proffer.
So a proffer interview session would be, it's usually considered, it's a fairly common practice, particularly in the federal criminal justice system, where we have an individual who's been indicted and arrested, and it sort of is the beginning of a negotiation for a plea agreement, if you will. What we do is the U.S. Attorney's Office, the defendant's attorney, they all agree that conducting an interview with the FBI. The terms of that agreement are such that the defendant has to be open and candor, tell the truth regarding the questions that we ask him. In return, the FBI, Department of Justice, will not use what the defendant says
against them
in that proffer session against him in this case in chief that we have him charged with.
There's some caveats to that, though. There's some caveats to that about what kind of proffer it is. Because if they're looking at you for a drug case and you're going to give them information on a murder case, there might be some caveats. Also, Keffe D at one point had a federal deal. He talks about it in his book. And he seems to have misunderstood all of that federal deal. For those of you asking, wait, Davis, that's the defendant. Keffe D, that's the defendant. But then he put it all in his book. It's like the Reynolds
proffer session again.
Like, why would you write it down? He wrote it down right there. Why would you do that? And it's the same reason. It really is, Hamilton. It's the same reason. Because Keffe D was accused of snitching. And he's like, I ain't no snitch. I'm trying to save people. I'm only talking about myself. It's the exact same thing. Hamilton's just like, look, man, I'm not embezzling money. I'm just stepping out on my wife. It's totally different. Let me explain to you why I'm not guilty of the things you're saying I'm guilty of. Because he couldn't let it go. He couldn't let it go. So he had to put it in a book to say, hey, y'all are saying I'm a snitch. I only snitched on myself. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I'm done now. Let's hear what this fine FBI agent has to say.
Against him in this case in chief that we have him charged with. There's a couple little caveats. One being that if during trial the defendant goes on to make statements that contradict what he said in that proffer session, at that point it violates it, and we can use his statements against him. Those are generally in nature. And then we agree to keep the nature of the interview confidential.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
I'm interested to see where this goes, but yes, the proffers are supposed to be kept confidential. It does not help, and federal prison is safer than state prison, but it does not help, and everybody works with the feds, but it does not help if it's known that you're working with the feds and then you get yourself killed in custody before you testify. Like it benefits the feds to keep people safe. How his proffer got out, because the defense said in opening that a recording from this proffer got out into the public. That I have a lot of questions about. Are they going to play the interview? Yeah, they're going to play all of his proffers. They're just probably not going to do it with this witness on the stand, but yeah, they're going to play all of his proffers. All right, they're back from sidebar.
All right, Mr. Duffman, you may proceed.
When you had your 1998 proffer with Mr.
98,
Davis,
sorry, not 2008.
well, first of all, were you by yourself, or were there
A bunch
did
of
you
people
have
in the room.
Your partner Todd Holliday with you?
Todd Holliday attended, as well as Assistant United States Attorney, along with the attorney for Mr. Davis, who were also there.
And what was his name?
If I refer to by.
Well, I have what's marked as the state's proposed exhibit 46.
He's asking
I
to
know you
refresh
got
his
a copy of
recollection.
that.
That's fine.
How about we use the one that I have marked, and then I'll take these back from you.
Rebecca in the chat and others, Rebecca, you're by far not the only one. Rebecca and others in the chat asked, I thought you can't use plea negotiations in court. You cannot use the plea negotiation, but a proffer can be used on limited circumstances like he lined out. A proffer's part of a plea negotiation. You can't come into court, for example, and say, I mean, this dude's fucking guilty because he was willing to take a plea. Like, you can't come into court and do that and be like, well, you were talking about a plea. If the defendant testifies, you were talking about a plea because you're guilty. Can't do that. However, if the defendant gives a proffer and then goes to trial and then gets up on the stand and says things that are different than the proffer, he can be impeached with that prior statement. So there are different ways that can come in, but generally he can't use it against him. So if a defendant gives a proffer, says, fuck that, I'm going to trial, and does not testify, then it does not come in at all in any way. He gave multiple proffers. Yeah, he did.
Reviewing those
helps.
notes, refresh your recollection as to the name of his attorney.
I'm wondering if it's the same attorney.
Yes, Edie Fall.
Okay, after
Same
reviewing that,
attorney.
has your recollection been refreshed?
Oh, yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I
And
apologize.
it's Edie Fall?
Yes.
Same
Understood.
lawyer that was on
You
the
may
other interviews.
First of all, let me ask this. Up until you were contacted sometime this year, have you maintained the confidentiality of this
That's a good question.
conversation that you had with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And as far as you're aware, your partner Todd Holliday also maintained the confidentiality of it.
Yes, as far as I know.
And before you hit the stand today, or sometime last week or the week before, or at some point, the United States or the U.S. Attorney's
The
Office
AUSA
issued a letter
office?
authorizing you to testify to these two conversations you had with Mr. Davis.
Yes, referring to the TUI letter, yes.
And that's a requirement that state
Chat knows all about TUI letters. Federal discovery. Chat knows all about TUI letters.
prosecutors have to get permission from the federal government to allow you as an agent or former agent to testify to actions you took in your official capacity as a federal law enforcement officer.
Yes, regarding those two interviews, yes.
How is your proffer with Mr. Davis documented?
Usually, we use the standard FBI reporting mechanism, which is a FD 302 report.
That's
And that
so
is
fed.
essentially a report that lays out the information you receive. There's no audio recording
course
of
there's
that
a
particular
number.
conversation.
That's correct.
And is there a FBI 302, well, what's in front of you, and I forgot the number, is it 146?
146.
146, is that a fair and accurate copy of the description of the conversation that you were a part of with Mr. Davis on July 16th of 1998?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 146.
There's the federal proffer.
9.
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, I'm not going to have you go through everything that was in there, but what is your purpose in talking to Mr. Davis in the proffer session?
Well, the purpose is to glean as much information as we can regarding what he knew or knew at the time regarding gang, drug,
things.
violent activity going on within the Watts and Compton areas.
Were you investigating, directly at least, the Tupac Shakur murder?
Not directly, like it wasn't, we weren't assigned, we were working our normal gang activity investigations. However, it was known to us that
was
he was a person of interest, Mr. Davis was a person of interest regarding that homicide.
And so during this Proffer session, you asked him questions about that as well?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to go through 146 in front of you. And
So
actually,
a few things. One, we don't have all the pretrial litigation that went on over whether or not these statements will come in. Two, the federal proffer was during the investigation of Keffe D for narcotics crimes. He is not currently being prosecuted for narcotics crimes. Three, this is a state prosecution. The feds do not control whether the state chooses to prosecute or not. The feds cannot turn over information or can turn over information, but because this not only leaked, but Keffe D has talked about it in interviews and in his book, everyone knew of its existence because the defendant has talked about it. So there's a lot of unique and odd circumstances here that lead us to the fact that these federal proffers are now a part of a state level prosecution.
roll it up here on the screen for you.
But yes, it's an unusual circumstance.
It would help if I plugged the computer in.
Lawyers fight with technology. Jazz hands. All right, counsel, plug in your computer.
CO2
Here we go.
says is
Wait, are you going to read the whole thing? Also, counsel, you can close the menus on the side. You can close the menus on the side, and then you just see the whole thing. Be so great. Confidential, July 16th, 1998. Duane Keffe Davis, protected identity. Let's go.
confidential and it has the date and a description of who the people that are present for this particular proffer are.
That's correct.
The very first part of the interview, and let's close that. There you have a discussion with Mr. Davis about
Zip.
an individual called Zip. Tell us what he tells you about this individual Zip initially.
Initially, that Zip was an individual from New York.
Law nerds, for those of you keeping track, Zip is the connect between Keffe D and the South Side Compton Crips and Diddy, Puffy. He's going to be called Puffy more here. So Zip is the connect there. And Zip is also the person who Keffe D says gave him the Glock that he ended up giving to the shooter that shot at Tupac's car and murdered Tupac. So Zip had the gun in his car, and then Zip is the connect with Puffy. Good.
He was a pimp who controlled girls, numerous girls, sold marijuana.
That might explain his connection to Diddy.
Actually, that Zip was an individual from New York who was a pimp who controlled girls, numerous girls, sold marijuana. He did just mention that Zip was involved in PCP trafficking, and that Davis at one point arranged for an individual by the name of Patrick Bernard to give Zip some PCP. So Zip came from New York to LA to conduct the transaction.
And did he also mention how he met Zip?
Yes, he said he met Zip at a baseball game somewhere in approximately 1993 or 94. There was an individual named Fats who was also at the game that introduced Davis to Zip.
And then he talks to you a little bit about who Fats is.
Also, I need to interject because it's stuck in my brain and I'm going to share with you as they are talking about PCP. I'm just going to let you know that Keffe D in his book talks about that he is the best at cooking PCP. Let me regale you with what Keffe D would like you to know about his skill and excellence at cooking PCP, or angel dust, or water, or whatever you want to call it, page 49 from his book. Cooking PCP is a skill a minimal number of people have. It's super dangerous, and if you don't know what you're doing, it can explode like dynamite. It's a skill I learned during my stay in Watts. After my mother passed away, I stayed in Jordan Downs Projects with Grape Street with some friends and family members for about a year and a half before I returned to Compton. I learned a lot about the game. Specifically, I learned how to cook up PCP. People on the East Coast don't know how to cook PCP. Cooking PCP is one of those ancient hood secrets that only real ends from Compton and Watts know how to do. Just so you know. It is the ancient wisdom. And those from the East Coast apparently do not know. But yes, he says dead ass ancient hood secrets. These are the ways. All right, continuing on with the interview about Fats, Zip, and PCP.
Yeah, Fats was a large cocaine supplier who operated in the west side of LA. He was also known as Flint. Davis associated with Fats prior to 1994, up until basically the time, I guess, where Fats was arrested and taken into federal custody.
I'm going to skip past some Fats. There's a part of this conversation, a person by the name of Wayne Day comes up. Do you know who Wayne Day is?
Yes, Wayne Day was actually arrested by the squad that I worked on, the Safe Street Task Force. He was a large-scale drug dealer, drug trafficker in the Watts area of Compton with Grape Street Crips.
And does Davis describe his relationship as it relates to Mr. Day?
Yes, there was. He mentioned that they were related. That Davis had an uncle who was the uncle of Wayne Day. That's how he described it.
Okay, you've got to remember that Keffe D is one of, did I say 12? He has a ton of siblings. I think it's 12. I'm going to look it up. It's in here, but he has a ton of siblings. So when they are talking about everybody being related, he has a ton of siblings.
And then there's a conversation in this next paragraph where Mr. Davis makes mention of Mr. Day having Compton
12.
sewn up. What is sewn
12
up?
siblings.
Well, in terms of having control of all the drug trafficking in that specific area, and actually, there was agents mentioned to him that Wayne Day had Compton sewn up, and Mr. Davis said actually that he had part of Compton sewn up, that he didn't have the South Side part that Davis operated.
And then does he tell you what his role is in the South Side part of Compton as it relates to drug trafficking?
Because of course Keffe D's like, Day doesn't have all of Compton sewn up. South Side is my side of Compton. Let's not get it twisted.
When you say he, you're referring to
Mr. Davis, sorry.
That Mr. Davis had that side of Compton handled as far as the drugs.
And did he talk to you about who handled the north side of Compton?
Presumably
yes,
Wayne
he
Day.
did. It was an individual who was a former Compton PD officer by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
Oh,
I'm going to drop down a little bit here to the part where...
so when he was providing security, what else was he providing?
He talks to you about both him and Mr. Blackman being major suppliers in the Jordan Downs housing project in Watts.
That's correct.
And then he begins to talk to you about the start of Death Row Records.
Tell me in his proffer, he's out here bragging about the fact that he gave Suge the money to start Death Row. Come on now. Come on now. Really? All right.
Again, that was all part of the, overall investigations that we were looking at as far as the gang activity and things of that nature.
Yeah, Keffe D's the definition of "I made you, man. You
There
owe
was an
me."
individual by the name of Harry O that provided money to start the Death Row Records. Also, what's his name? I believe Patrick Johnson provided approximately $80,000. Actually told Davis to give $80,000 that money that Davis owed to Johnson from previous gang transactions to Johnson's girlfriend, so that money could be used to start Death Row Records.
And he also explains marrying Suge Knight's role and his connection to the Blood gang members.
Yes, he did. He said that Marion Knight had gained control of the North Compton drug trade and that he was associated with a bunch of the Blood Street gang members, like the Mob Pyrus and such. And they were, the Knight was getting them in and out of, getting them out of jail, bailing them out, and they would cooperate with Knight.
True.
And basically when Knight goes to prison, he tells you Reggie Wright kind of takes over.
Yeah, Reggie Wright Jr. took over the organization after Suge Knight was arrested.
You already mentioned
That mouse just has the roughest ball on it. As they continue to go through this proffer, a lot of you have asked, this is in evidence, so the jury will have the entire proffer. This case is locked down online, so other than screenshots from court, I don't know if we'll see it, but I will put in a request for it if we want to go through the entire proffer later. Lots of questions about who is sitting near the witness. Those are either the clerks or the research attorneys based on the fact that they're on laptops. I would suspect they're the judge's research attorneys that are working with the court.
Harry O.
They could be law
but Davis
students
claims
or
to actually
interns
be
as well.
involved in the delivery of some of the money associated with
Yeah,
the
I'll
start of
request
the
it. We
Death
probably
Row.
won't get it till after the trial's done, but I'll
Yes.
request it.
Jump down. I'm going to start. You see at the top there. You ask him about his prior relationship with Mr. Knight prior to the murder of Tupac Shakur. You see that paragraph there?
Yeah, I mean, Davis said that he told us that he never had any issues with Suge Knight or any of those individuals prior to the incident in Vegas with the killing of Mr. Shakur.
And Mr. Davis goes on, and I'm going to skip down just a little bit, but he basically accuses two Compton Police Department officers, Sergeant Reynolds and Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr., the father of Reggie Wright Jr., as basically being corrupt officers.
Yes, yeah, that Reggie Wright Sr. was a lieutenant with Compton Police Department, and then Reggie Wright Jr. was a former officer with the police department. He had then started a company called Rightway Security, and then he was working with Suge Knight and doing security, although
Security.
some claimed it wasn't on an official capacity, for Death Row Records, working at their parties and such and things like that. And they would, Rightway Security, they would employ Compton PD officers and things
Off-duty
of that nature
officers. Right.
to conduct their business for Mr. Knight.
And he also mentions Omar Bradley. Who's Omar Bradley?
Bradley's former mayor of Compton, the city of Compton. He mentions Mr. Bradley saying that he was associated with Knight and the other Blood Pirate gang members.
Skip through the part. Top of page 4, he provides information, or at least asserts that Reggie Wright Jr. is distributing drugs out of a particular location, and even names some people that are helping with that.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Had a drug distribution location, an auto body shop called Untouchables, that was located at the corner of Alondra and Washington in the city of Compton. The shop was owned by an individual by the name of Melvin Hurd, and then Hurd, a guy by the name of G. Ray and Jim helped distribute cocaine from the shop.
He also mentions some people that work for Reggie Wright Jr. and assisting in the cocaine distribution.
Notice that he's just snitching on what he's heard about everybody. Well, I heard that Suge's got police that'll kill for him. Well, I heard that Reggie Wright is running drugs and committing murders. Well, I heard he's just talking about all of his enemies, right? It's like a burn book in a federal proffer. Let me tell you about them. He's not talking about himself at this point. Let me tell you about the guys I don't like and what they're doing. Right.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. had an individual by the name of Mob James, who was a member of the Mob Piru street gang, individual named Flip, who distributed out of a shop location on Compton Boulevard, and Harris. There was an individual known as Buntry. But we at the time we wrote it out as
They wrote Buntry's name in this as Bump Tree, not Buntry. That's fucking funny.
Bump Tree, but we believe that actually was an individual known as Buntry, Montreal, or
That's
Alden
funny.
McDonald.
yes,
Buntry, B-U-N-T-R-Y.
Yes,
B-U-N-T-R-Y.
Alden McDonald, who was the brother of
Bump, 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 step, bump, bump, bump. Chat's like, well, I heard it's actually Bump Tree.
Mob James, which is James McDonald.
We've met the iconic
Also
Mob
another
James. Thank you,
individual
sir.
named Trayvon Lane, who was a Mob Pirate gang member, and then Kevin Woods.
And then Kevin Woods, period.
And then-
Nothing further.
They can kind of read this themselves, but at some point he talks about an incident that occurs at a
Okay, I'm just going to read this. A couple of weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, Marcus, who lived in the South Side Crip neighborhood, was in the mall by himself. A number of Blood gang members attacked Marcus and began beating him. Orlando Anderson and others then approached the situation, observed what was happening, and then went to the aid of Marcus. They beat up the Blood gang members. Now, that's not how the Bloods are going to tell that story, because the Bloods were saying that Anderson was trying to punk them and grab the chain, not that Marcus was getting jumped, but whatever. This is all through Keffe D's perspective, which is that, you know, they didn't instigate shit. They didn't start shit. And Orlando Anderson didn't start shit at the Lakewood Mall. It goes on to say, at the Las Vegas casino on the day of Tupac Shakur's murder, a Blood Street gang member and Knight saw Anderson and attacked him because of the previous incident at the mall. After the attack, Davis, Anderson, Davis's girlfriend, Paula Johnson, and Anderson's girlfriend, Rashina, went up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Casino. The room was in Anderson's name. The four had driven to Las Vegas in a Land Cruiser. Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, aka Bubble Up, Big Dre, and Win had also traveled to Las Vegas. They stayed at the MGM. Davis repeatedly denied knowing who killed Tupac. When asked to speculate, he said he believed that Shakur was killed by the Compton police officers working for Knight. Suge, right? When asked what the motive would be for this, Davis responded that he heard that Tupac was talking about leaving Death Row Records. Marcus was shot and killed in April 1997. When initially asked who killed Marcus, Davis responded that Ace, a member of the South Side Compton Crips, had been convicted of the murder. Ace and Marcus had not gotten along for a long period of time. Then someone in a van shot up Ace's grandmother's house. People said that it was Davis and his people who shot up the house. Ace came to believe that the van used was Marcus's dark blue van. Right. Okay.
Neighborhood mall involving
That's all that's on that page.
a person named Marcus. What does he tell you about that?
Yeah, this was a few weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur. This individual, Marcus, who's a South Side Crip.
I'm going to see if the date's in the book on that
at
Lakewood
a
Mall
mall
incident.
by himself. Several blood street gang members attacked him and started beating him up. Then an individual, Mr. Orlando.
The Lakewood Mall, by the way, is not in any of their territories. Just as an aside.
Anderson, who was the cousin or nephew of Mr. Davis, observed what was happening and went in to help Marcus, and they beat up and fended off the other gang members.
And then he moves on to describe the incident at the MGM casino the night of Mr. Shakur's murder.
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you?
He told us the day of the murder of Tupac Shakur that the Blood Street members, some Blood Street gang members saw at night, they saw Orlando Anderson. They attacked him because of the previous incident at the mall. After the attack, Mr. Davis, Anderson, Orlando Anderson, and their girlfriends went back up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Hotel, and he said that was it. They didn't have any involvement. They stayed in the room the rest of the night.
He tells you that the room was in Anderson's name.
Yeah, the room was in Anderson.
Okay, we've got more info on the Lakewood Mall, and since we've already brought in so much of this book into the trial, we are going book to trial. The jury doesn't have any of this information. We do. Why? Because, well, half this information has been talked about forever. The jury doesn't know that either, but that's why they're jurors. So Keffe D talks about the incident at the Lakewood Mall. That homeboy Victor was a high school football player at Dominguez High School. He had a football scholarship to Arizona. He just says a Pac-10 school in Arizona, back when the Pac-10 was the Pac-10. Anyway, we won't digress. He had a football scholarship to Arizona. They were very excited that Victor was going to college, and they wanted to send him off to college looking fly. He said, shit, we wanted our homeboy to be one of the most fly dudes on that whole campus. We needed him to represent Southside correctly. I told Victor, go on up to the Lakewood Mall and do some school shopping. We'll meet you there in a few. While Victor was at the mall, he ran into 3 Piru gang members who were down with Death Row's crew. They started gangbanging on him. His words, not mine. They started gangbanging on him as gangbangers do. That's his words again. Throwing up gang signs, calling out their gang set, and calling little homie a crab, which is a demeaning and disrespectful way that the Bloods refer to Crips. What those Pirus didn't know is that they were banging on the homie Victor was that the Crip cavalry was on its way to the mall. Awful timing for them. It had to be one hell of a sight for Victor's eyes, because just as they were harassing the little homie, about 5 Southsiders mobbed through the Lakewood Mall doors. When he saw his backup coming through those doors, he puffed up his chest and said, it's on. Redacted, it's on. What's that shit now? Victor was a buff football playing dude, so he knocked one of those dudes out cold and snatched up his death row chain. They got their asses beat up in there that day. One guy got knocked out cold. One of the other guys started having seizures, and 3 other guys got stomped out. The planned shopping spree had been postponed, and the crew got the fuck out of there. When that shit was over, we didn't even think about it again. It was just another day in the life of a Southside Crip. We kept it moving, but there's one thing that's for sure when living the gangster lifestyle. He's going to let you all know in case you didn't know. Now you know. You already know that the stuff you put out there is going to come back. You never know how or when, but there's no doubt it's coming. This seemingly routine incident in the life of real street would lead to the cascade of events that would change the rap game forever. So that's how he described this Lakewood incident in his book. That's not quite the same that he told the feds, but you know. Orlando Anderson was in the mall with the group that rolled up. All right, continuing on.
His name, that they had driven up to Vegas from the LA area in a Land Cruiser, and that they had some other associates, Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, aka Bubble Up, Big Dre, and Wynn also traveled to Las Vegas. They stayed at the MGM.
And he repeatedly denies to you knowing who killed Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, he said they didn't have any knowledge of what happened. That they were.
He's like, look, homie, I don't know who killed Tupac. See, I was in the passenger side of my best friend's ride, and the driver's side was shooting, and I wasn't looking that way, so I wasn't. I don't know. Could have been the driver. Could have been the passenger. I wasn't looking.
Weren't involved. He did later speculate that maybe it was some Compton police officers that were working for Suge Knight, and that maybe it was because he had heard that Tupac was talking about possibly leaving Death Row Records or something to that effect. But
His suggestion was that perhaps Knight, who's driving the car, had Compton police officers shoot Tupac in the car Suge's driving.
yes, something to that effect.
I'm going to keep rolling down here.
And yes, Keffe D says in his book that Puffy put out the hit on Suge and Tupac. Not that Suge had Compton PD kill Tupac.
He gets back at page 5 to talking about Zip. So how does he tell you? Well, he talks about Zip and how he becomes associated with the Notorious B.I.G.
Oh,
Yeah, he said
Diddy's
that
on the witness
back
list.
in 93, 94, Zip introduced Davis to Notorious B.I.G. at Summer Jam concert. And Davis would associate with Notorious B.I.G. when he was in LA area, but they never had any like drug connections or anything like that.
He tells you that he was actually at the Peterson Automotive Museum the night Mr. Wallace was killed.
That's
Yep.
correct, yes.
We heard about
And then
that
he
in that
saw
interview.
some, at least people associated with Death Row Records at that location.
Yeah, he told us that prior to that, the night of the murder, Davis observed some females associated with Death Row Records at the party. He said, well, like Jewel, a singer, Lachelle, a comedian for Death Row, and Davis believes that they saw Mr. Wallace at the event, and then called Blood gang members to come. Davis did say he observed Reggie Wright Jr., DJ Quick, who was a performer for Death Row, Theo, a local disc jockey, and about 10 or 11 other Treetop, Fruitown Blood gang members arrive at the event.
Treetop and Fruit Town are other blood sets. I wonder if he's going to mention that he was there with, or who he was there with, because now we've heard his interview with LAPD about this, but we haven't heard the rest of it.
Davis told Mr. Wallace that they were to watch, that they were there and they should watch out. And then shortly thereafter, Mr. Wallace was shot. But Davis wasn't there. He didn't see who actually shot him.
But once again, he tells you that he believes that Reggie Wright Jr. and Blood gang members are the people that killed Mr. Wallace.
Yes, he said he believed that Reggie Wright Jr. and the Blood gang members associated with him were the ones responsible for killing Notorious B.I.G. When asked who the individual was who actually killed him, based off of there was a composite drawing that was being that had been provided and was kind of passed around, so we showed him that. Davis responded that the composite looked just like Reggie Wright Jr.
Weird that he's throwing Reggie Wright Jr. under the bus again and again and again.
You remember the day that you arrested Mr. Davis on the indictment?
Yes.
What day was that?
I believe it was May 28th, 1998.
Was it the day before the Orlando Anderson's killed in his own shootout
Yes.
in California?
Yes.
Oh boy.
And Mr. Davis talks to you a little bit about that without going into the specifics, but he talks to you a little bit about how Mr. Anderson wound up dying.
Yes, he did.
Hold on. I'm going to back that up because I actually want to
He
see
talks
what he
to you a
said
little bit about how
about
Mr. Anderson wound up dying.
Anderson's
Yes, he
shooting.
did.
I'm just curious. I figured you are too. I figure if I'm curious, you're curious. Concerning the death of Orlando Anderson on May 29th, 1998, the day after Davis's federal arrest, Anderson and Al were together when they encountered three members of the Corner Pocket Crips, two whose last names were Stone and Danny LNU, who is called Danny Stone. Prior to the encounter, Danny had been, quote unquote, mouthing off negatively about Anderson. And yes, it's not uncommon that different Crip sets have beef with one another, just the same way they have beef with Bloods. They will have inter-gang shootings as well. It needs a flowchart. It gets really complicated. But when you see big gang homicide trials that have multiple murders, there actually are big flowcharts about this murder then prompted this murder, and then this person's, grandma's house got shot up, and on and on. Let's see. So Danny had been mouthing off. Again, we don't know if any of this is true or if he's just trying to get people he doesn't like in trouble. When the five met, Danny pulled out a .25 caliber and started shooting Anderson. That's odd. That's odd that it's not like a 9 or a 4. Anyway, I have questions. Anderson pulled out a gun and shot and killed the other two Stones. Anderson and Al drove off. Anderson realized that he had been hit by gunfire and later died. Danny is still not in police custody. So that's the shooting of Anderson. And if the two they think shot Anderson were shot and killed, then there would never have been a case about it at all.
And thereafter, and I'm not going to go through all of these,
And then they're talking about his drug
initially
dealing.
denies distribution out of state, but eventually talks to you about a lot of different locations engaged in distributing cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him to discuss all the individuals out of state who he supplied cocaine to and all the local individuals he supplied and distributed to.
Right, if you're snitching, you better snitch on
He initially
everybody.
said that he hadn't distributed out of state to anyone
Lies.
or knew of anyone who did it within the last 3 years, but then he went through and we started asking about specific individuals, and he would provide more details and information about who he had supplied and what he had supplied and sort of the details.
One of the people he talks about is Primo.
Yes.
Man, it's LA. You're going to have to be
Primo
more
was,
specific than Primo.
Was an individual that he bought cocaine from, his supplier of kilos of cocaine. Anywhere from 11,500 to 12,500 a kilogram. Primo fronted Davis one point up like 200 kilos of cocaine at a time, and then Davis would go out and sell it and then pay Primo back.
In his book, he says that Primo was his Colombian contact. Who knows, but that's what he says.
He also mentions Corey Edwards getting drugs from Mr. Davis and being out in Ohio and distributing cocaine in Ohio.
Yes, Davis said that at that time, back when we were interviewing him in '98, up until about 3 years prior, that he was supplying Corey Edwards, who was selling cocaine all over Ohio. But I guess Edwards got into, he said at one point Edwards got into some trouble with his Cleveland drug contact, and that individual started coming out to acquire cocaine directly from Davis. That was an individual named Bubs who resided in Cleveland.
Eventually, he describes how Primo goes back to Colombia and he gets a new supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez.
Doesn't Primo end up in prison?
Yeah.
At some point, Primo gets popped and Primo ends up in the pen and then he gets a new supplier. But that's according to him, so who knows?
So, yeah, Primo, I guess, departed the U.S., so we had to start selling cocaine in smaller quantities, and he came across a supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez, whose brother was actually in federal custody. Then Davis had heard that Samuel Lopez went back to Mexico after the FBI attempted to arrest him. And I guess there was a younger brother, or another Lopez, George Lopez, used to answer the phone for Samuel Lopez at the time.
And I'm not going to go into this, but there was a discussion of someone named Dupree, but that guy's full name was Azel Dupree Hall III, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He talks specifically about the phone calls that you were playing for him, that you had captured him on the wire.
That's correct.
At the very end, he denies that he's the leader of the South Side Crips and claims Darnell Brim is actually the leader of the gang.
Yes, he's even though he had said that he was large scale, basically a drug trafficker on that south side of Compton, that Darnell Brim was actually the head of the gang.
Was the shot caller?
Okay. Now I want to move on. Shortly after that conversation that you had with Mr. Davis, did he enter a guilty plea to some charges and get sentenced to 70 months in federal prison?
Yes, he did.
That's a little less than 6 years. So he got some benefit from talking to you.
Not much.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 70 months. It might have been 77 months, 70 or 77 months. I don't recall specifically.
He didn't get that much. He didn't get that much of a benefit.
Judge, I have in my hand, it says it's admitted, but I don't remember offering it, a certified copy of the indictment, the plea, and the judgments of conviction in United States District Court for the Central District of California.
I mean, he did go to federal prison.
KCR-98537, evincing his...
I have the party to pledge.
All right, we're going to zoom past the sidebar while they're approaching over that. We're going to zoom right past the sidebar over admitting all of the stuff with regard to the prior conviction.
Ladies and gentlemen, it will be admitted formally as 75. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard and will continue to hear.
So that is coming in with the court giving a limiting instruction about prior bad acts. Again, just because he is running drugs doesn't mean that he committed this crime. It's not to be used against him to say it's more likely that he committed this crime. They're using this as timing and trying to establish the timeline and also the back and forth of all of this. So continuing on.
Their testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, gang affiliation, as well as a federal conviction of Mr. Davis's. These are not offered to show that Mr. Davis has a propensity to commit crimes. Instead, they are offered to establish credibility of the statements made by defendant in relation to this case, as well as motive and identity. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Shell in the
Now,
chat
after
asked
Mr. Davis-
how long after Biggie was killed was Orlando Anderson killed? Orlando Anderson was killed in an inter-Crip beef in 1998. So after. That doesn't seem connected to me at all.
Goes to federal prison.
Hang on one second. They're not offered to show propensity to commit crime, and you are not to consider them for any propensity that Mr. Davis has any propensity to commit crime.
Right.
You may proceed, Mr. Giacomo, sorry. I phrased that one.
Subsequent to Mr. Davis going to prison, do you and your partner, Todd Holliday, go to federal prison and have just a voluntary conversation with Mr. Davis?
You went to go
Yes,
chitty
we
chitty
did.
chat some more while he was in the pen?
Is that situation different than the Proffer situation?
It is in that it's a strictly voluntary interview. His attorney, the U.S. Attorney's Office, were notified of us contacting him because he's in custody. But the terms of the proffer, it's not the same as the proffer agreement. It's just a normal, regular interview.
It's just a chat.
But once again, you do promise him confidentiality during
Yes.
that conversation.
Yes, we did.
And up until the U.S. Attorney authorized you, you maintain that confidentiality.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 149. Is that the 302 that describes that particular conversation?
Yes, it is.
Move to exhibit 149.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And I'm going to put that one up on the screen. Can you tell me the date that occurred?
The interview. Let's
It says 4/20/1999 on this proffer. Well, on this interview.
see here.
It looks like they're going to start talking to him about the death of Orlando Anderson and that Davis's attorney gave permission for the interview.
April 15th, 1999.
Okay.
Oh, the date
And
of
the
the
report's generated on
the date of the transcription's 4/20.
April 20th of 19.
That's correct.
Okay. You begin the conversation with him talking about Mr. Anderson and his death. Is that fair?
Yes.
So
that's
this
correct.
was recorded then.
And then Mr. Davis tells you he's not aware of any motive for why blood gang members or individuals associated with death row records would have wanted to kill Anderson.
That's correct.
And then
Keffe D tells the feds that Anderson was not involved in the shooting death of Tupac, nor and Davis and his group were not involved in the shooting of Notorious B.I.G. Davis is the defendant in this case. Anderson was in the car with Keffe D, which he has since said in his book and in other interviews.
repeats that he had nothing to do with either Tupac Shakur or Christopher Wallace's murder.
Yes, he actually, he said that himself and Mr. Orlando Anderson were not involved in the shooting death of Tupac Shakur, and as well as anybody else that he was associated with, and with Tupac or Mr. Christopher Wallace, Notorious B.I.G.
Does he speculate again as to who would have been involved in these two murders?
Well, he said, he told us he didn't know who killed the two rap stars, but that he believed individuals from New York associated with Puffy Combs or individuals associated with Death Row Records could have killed Shakur, and that individuals associated with Death Row Records killed Mr. Wallace.
So he's getting closer to the truth.
And then he talks a little bit of the gang war that occurs shortly after the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes. Basically, he said that there was a conflict between Davis and Mr. Marion Knight that resulted, as a result of the shootings, that the conflict, there was basically a war going on between South Side Compton Crips and Compton Blood Pirate gang members from stemming from the mall altercation with Marcus Nunn and Orlando Anderson, other members of South Side Compton Crips, along with the Compton Blood gang members.
And he claims the reason that people believe that Orlando Anderson is the killer is that he asserts the Compton police is telling people that.
That's correct. He made comments that he believed that Compton PD members were putting out rumors that Orlando Anderson and them were involved.
Or because Suge shot y'all
Do you confront him
when you shot at him.
about
I mean, one of the two.
Mr. Anderson, the attack, and him being upset about that particular attack?
Well, I mean, we asked him about that, about the whole escalation of incidents because of the gang activity, the incident at the mall, then at the MGM Grand, then obviously the shooting of Tupac and things of that nature. Mr. Davis said that Davis and Anderson were upset after the casino's attack on Anderson, but they weren't going to strike back with so many police officers around that they would have struck back once they returned to Compton.
So he indicates to you that he's angry enough to do it. It's just he planned on doing it back in Compton, which instead of in Las Vegas.
Yeah, if they were, apparently it was because of police presence in the area, something of that nature.
I'm not going to go through all the rest of this. The jury can read sort of the rest of this. Let me just check the very bottom. Well, thank you, Agent. That completes my questions.
Okay.
Interesting.
Mr. Samp, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. It's no longer special agent, or it's still special agent?
Retired special agent.
Either way is fine.
I mean, at least you're not asking what makes a special agent so special. We are moving on to cross-examination. I am riveted to hear what comes up in cross.
It's no longer special agent, or it's still special agent?
Either way is fine.
All right. We'll stick with Special Agent Lee.
Okay.
All right. Now, sir, fair to say, working for the FBI would have been something of an honor, I would imagine, working for an organization like that.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, that working for the FBI, I would imagine that other people would consider that to be the creme de la creme of investigation throughout our entire country.
Girl.
Yeah, some people would consider that, yes.
You put on seminars for law enforcement agencies throughout the country to help them with
That's
their
true.
investigative efforts, to help them become better police officers and detectives. Fair?
The FBI actually do
You're
some
talking
really
about
good
me
seminars.
specifically?
No.
or-
Well, you as the FBI.
The
Oh,
agency.
yes.
And with regard to that, have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to learn how they do their investigative techniques to make yourself
Probably
or your
not.
agency a better agency, or yourself as a better special agent?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to see how they do their investigations to become a better agent yourself?
No, I did not.
What
All
about
right.
Canton?
And once again, with regards to what you do as the FBI, you're very specific in your task, right? Your task is whenever there's a violation of federal law, for instance, you're the agency that would be tasked.
I'm sorry.
That's not really
That's
how that.
Yeah.
That's not really how Safe Streets worked, Counsel. I don't know how much they'll get into Safe Streets, but that's not really how Safe Streets work. Because, well, I'll see if they get there, but it's not necessarily the FBI investigating federal crimes. It is a task force, and then what they find gets filtered to the appropriate agencies. But
With regards to federal law, if there's a violation of federal law, you're the agency that typically would be tasked for the investigation, right?
Correct.
Now, we talk a little bit about the 302s in this case. And a 302, just for the jury's edification, when you say it's a sort of a means, it's really just a piece of paper and a pen, right?
Proffer.
It's a report.
Right. And so you are writing out what your impressions or recollection was of a specific event or time, right?
So fiction?
Correct.
So if you're sitting in a room and we're having a conversation, you would note in your report who's in the room and what your impressions were of what was said and who said what, right?
Correct.
Now, of course, juries here would be curious. You know, we have recorders now, back in 1996, 1998 in this case. Recorders were available to the FBI, but of course, that's not how you do your job.
The use of recordings for the FBI they were not standard policy and procedure for the FBI at that period of time.
Yeah, and you've retired since, what, 5 years ago?
Yes.
During that time period, has it changed in terms of that policy with the FBI?
During the time period that I've been retired,
Right, no, up until the time that you retired, has the policy changed?
the standard procedure is no, not to record.
Right, and so
Interesting.
as a result of that, any recording that's done is typically not what the FBI does, right? You still focus on.
In opening statements, remember, the defense said that a recording of this proffer leaked. So I'm not surprised he's asking about recordings.
Pen to paper recollection onto a 302.
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of how you do it, the 302s that we read or at least saw put into the record is the work that you recall, your partner recalls during the course of an investigation.
Of that event, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the task force here, we talked a little about the task force project Safe Street. Is that what it was? Yes?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit of what that project was about?
The Safe Streets Task Force?
I can.
So it's a compilation of multi-agencies directed to address gang activity within specific areas. So the Safe Streets Task Force initiative is a national initiative, but then there are fundings and directives that are sent to specific areas to address areas of high crime committed by gang activity.
Okay, and I would imagine gang activity would include violent crimes
Right.
as well as, say, in this case, drug dealing,
Drug trafficking, yes.
as long as it's associated with gangs.
Yes, primarily so, yeah.
Because of course you do have the DEA that also runs their own investigations as well.
DEA, ATF.
DEA and ATF are.
Now,
part of
in
some
terms
these
of
raids and
your,
stuff, though.
about this task force, can you tell us at the time when you were operating on it, who was on the task force?
Oh, I mean, there were several
I mean,
agencies. in
agencies
terms
or
of
individuals?
Specific agencies.
Well, just in terms of your working with other people, do you recall at all who it was that was working on the task force with you at that time?
Well, there were members of Los Angeles PD. We've had
Sheriffs, local
there's
PDs.
ATF. So
DEA would have been involved as well.
there was multiple aspects of the task force. So
There were
different squads
prosecutors.
had different elements working
Right.
depending on what cities they were in. So we would have Inglewood PD, Compton PD, LA County Sheriffs, LAPD, DEA, ATF. I believe we even had postal inspectors that might be involved.
You did. USPIS was
there's
involved
a
in LA
myriad of different
with stuff
agencies.
going in
Sure.
with
Can you
LAX.
tell us who from the Compton Police Department was part of your task force?
Probably not.
Our specific task force, the squad that I was
'Cause he
on,
was in
Mr.
South
Holiday,
Central.
we did not have an element from Compton PD
Why was that?
because we were working in an area that was in Watts, in South
Oh,
Central Los Angeles. So
it
we
was
had
not their
LAPD
jurisdiction.
elements, LA County Sheriffs.
So one of the things that we saw today was that one of the individuals that potentially was somebody of interest, I would imagine to you, was a police officer from Compton by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
Well, he was a former police officer. There was Reggie Wright Sr., who was his father.
Okay, so you're working in Inglewood and this other area. I would
You said
assume
Watts.
that information with regards to Reggie Wright Jr. would have been sent to whoever.
Inglewood's just catching strays at the moment. I mean, I get it. Inglewood always up to no good, but he worked in Watts and South Central, which is not Inglewood.
That was working that particular area of LA.
Or of Compton. there was a different squad that was working Compton.
And Inglewood and Compton are
Can you
not the
tell us who
same.
that squad was?
What do you,
Who was in that squad?
the agents or,
Yeah.
to be honest, I don't, well, I mean, some of the agents I recall.
Do you know who that you can recall that was there?
Nope.
At that specific time, I'm not there was an agent, Elliott.
Michael Elliott?
Yeah, he worked down there, yes.
And I don't want to strain you a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah.
So, and the
I'm
reason,
told, for clarification, because over that time period, H's will change squads and things of that nature. Like I left the gang task force in 2003.
It's a long time
And
from
squads
96
would
to
move, would change
2003.
objectives. So who was working at that specific time?
Oh, everyone's going to be
It might-
retired in this.
There may have been somebody at one period and then it changed or whatever over the course of time.
and would it be fair to say, of course, that something like this, if you really need this,
Also, a lot of the gangs knew who was on these task forces. They knew who they were during the time. They talked to them. They saw them in custody. It wasn't an issue like that because they weren't undercover.
information, you would refer to a 302, to refresh your recollection if you had it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, though, in terms of your role here, there was a proffer session that was conducted with my client, with Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And that proffer was set for July 16, 1998. That's the exhibit, I don't know, I think it's that one right there. That's correct. Up in the top right-hand corner, do you see the date?
That was the date of the report.
Right, so it'd be dated
It was
July
actually
16th.
July 14th. It was the
Oh,
date.
July. Okay, so even though the date says 16th on this, it would be the 14th?
Yes, well, so there's a little bit like, the date of the 16th is the date of the report. Down at the bottom where it says 7/14/98, that's the date of the actual activity.
Okay. And you're meeting with Mr. Davis, and specifically, you're meeting with him in terms of, under the task force, which was gangs and whatever they're doing that's crime related to gangs. Is that what we were doing at this point under the Safe Street Task Force?
Anything the gangs were doing from their perspective is related to gangs. Anything the gangs are doing from their perspective is related to gangs. All of it.
Okay. And so when you meet with Mr. Davis, there was an understanding at that particular point that, hey, whatever you're going to tell us, we're not going to prosecute you for? Is that what was happening on that date?
No.
Under the proffer agreement, yes.
Okay. And that proffer agreement, of course, does require the approval of the United States Attorney's Office that would be responsible for that area, right?
I thought he was talking about the interview.
And in this case, that person would have been Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell.
Correct.
Was he present for that meeting?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so it's you, your partner, another FBI agent, as well as Special Agent Michael Terrell.
No, that's
Assistant
the
United States Attorney.
AUSA.
I'm sorry, Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell. And in that meeting, there's an understanding between Mr. Davis and his attorney that whatever was going to be said was not going to be used against them.
Unless,
I'm waiting to see if he's like, so what are you doing here? I'm waiting to see if we get there. Are we going to get to, so why are you here? You said you weren't going to use it against him. You're in court. He's there. What are we doing? Real curious.
he came out and testified and said something that was contradictory to what he said in the proffer agreement, yes.
Sure. Now, once again, we're talking about the federal government here, right? So was there an actual proffer that was signed by the parties indicating the understanding that you're telling us right now in terms of what was the terms of the agreement?
My recollection is that there is, but that's maintained by the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay, and since we're talking about that particular proffer here today, fair to say that would be relevant information that we should be considering?
Would you repeat
Objection to
that?
the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah.
Sustained if you would rephrase.
So I want to make sure I'm clear here. We are talking about a proffer. You're telling us that there is an actual writing, a contract of some sort between yourself and Mr. Davis with regards to that proffer, do you have a copy of it here today?
No.
That's not between myself and Mr. Davis. It was between Mr. Davis and the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay. And once again, do you have a copy of that here today?
No, I do not.
Now, in terms of your understanding of this agreement, Mr. Davis gives an agreement, and in the agreement, I'm assuming, the idea behind it is that he has to give you truthful information, right?
Verifiable.
And if there's no
Truthful
truthful information, then he's exposing himself to a potential
Well,
crime,
they still
in
don't
which
use
he's
it
now
against
freely
him.
admitted to it, right?
No, they still don't use it against him, even if he's lying.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I mean, if
So-
he's lying, then he's lying.
Sure, I don't want to break it down for myself, because maybe I don't understand. So a proffer agreement promises the person that you're interviewing that we're not going to prosecute you for what you're telling us.
Right.
If the person's lying and you catch them lying, then technically the proffer doesn't count anymore because they violated their terms of the agreement. Is that how that goes?
No.
If they lie during the agreement
During the
or
proffer?
during the proffer session.
If they lie during the proffer, they don't get the benefit of a deal, and it all just gets scrapped because they say, well, that's all bullshit. Which means that if you're asking, did he get a benefit of his bargain? Then maybe he did. But if he got like 77 months, maybe it's that he didn't get a really sweet deal. And the angle the defense is going with is, y'all scrapped this agreement because my client was lying to you, right? Because that would be consistent with his theory of the case. He didn't really get a good deal. He didn't get 70. He got 77 months. That's not a deal. Because he lied. So you guys didn't use his proffer. That would be interesting.
So that doesn't necessarily, the benefit is for consideration for plea bargaining and sentencing consideration. So if the individual who is being interviewed during the proffer session shows a lack of candor, lies, and things of that nature,
No deal.
then the consideration for a plea bargain, plea agreement, will be considered by the United States Attorney's Office and what they will offer to that defendant. As far as using it against them, it's still the proffer agreement terms as far as using that information against them in that case in chief on that charge, we would still not use it. Does that make sense?
Sure. I just want to make sure it makes sense to
Right, okay, so one of the things about the proffer agreement is it's, as I said earlier, was to set up it's the beginning of a sort of plea negotiation, period. So we go to Mr. Davis, we say, you come in, you tell us the truth, we won't use it against you in this case or whatever.
We'll give you a deal.
Regardless of what you say, and the United States Attorney's Office will take that information, determine how useful, how valuable it is. For example, not in this case, not necessarily in this case, we've had individuals who provide information and then they actually go on to become cooperating witnesses for us. They're willing to testify in case against other co-defendants and things of that nature. All of that gets utilized in determining the sentencing for that person and for reducing their sentence on that federal charge. As you're suggesting, if an individual comes in and they're not truthful, they're providing us information that we know is factually inaccurate based on our other investigations, surveillance, wiretaps, and things of that nature, and statements from other witnesses, we would report that to the United States Attorney's Office, and they would take that as far as the sentencing that they would offer for the plea agreement. They would say, well, your client hasn't been forthright and candor, we're not going to reduce it at all.
Did you
Yeah,
do
your
that in
client
this
didn't-
case?
your
Was
client
there
didn't
any
tell us-
recommendation from
That's what he's going to
you or-
ask. This is where he's going. He's like, hey, that's how that goes. Hey, can we get that sentencing discount? No, your client wasn't truthful. But this is exactly where he's going. Did you do that here?
Did
he
you
lie?
do that in this case? Was there any recommendation from you or your partner
They
back
don't
to
make
the
that
United States
recommendation.
Attorney
They don't make that
office, and
recommendation.
specifically to AUSA Michael Terrell, that said, hey, Mr. Davis is not being forthright and truthful with regards to his July 14th, 1998 statement?
I did not specifically do that. Whether or not Mr. Holliday did, I'm not aware.
Now, let me ask you this then. So, he gives a statement, and I want to make sure we're clear. You
I
listen
like
to what Mr.
where
Davis
the
says.
defense
Did you
attorney's going
ever
with this.
verify the information in here specifically about allegations of Tupac Shakur's murder?
Verify in terms of what?
Well, for instance, in the document that would have been the your 302 that's dated as of September.
Addie Martinez in the chat said, did he get a deal? It seems that he did, but the AUSA is not here to talk about it. The FBI didn't do that. But all of the court records are now in evidence. So the transcript of the sentencing will say that. So the prosecution put in all of the court records. We had heard that the sentencing guidelines were 20 years. We heard that he got 70 or 77 months. And then in the plea transcript, it will say that the prosecution pursuant to their deal is recommending this sentence, but the judge isn't bound by that. All of that will be advised. So the jury will have that. It's just not on the record. Hopefully that helps. So the jury will know, even if we don't have the answer yet. But it seems like he got a reduced sentence because at the time he went to federal prison, he had multiple prior state narcotics cases. So he wasn't coming in as a first-time offender when this happened. NJ Kathy said 20 years is a death sentence at his age. We're not talking about now. We're talking about 1998.
Or July 14, 1998. There's an indication here, for instance, that at the Las Vegas casino, Davis's girlfriend, and Anderson's girlfriend went up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Casino. Now, once again, this is 1998. The death of Tupac Shakur was in September of 1996.
Right.
Did you ever verify that information with Las Vegas to see if either, and in this case, what the 302 indicates is that the room was in Anderson's name. Did you verify that to be true?
I did not specifically know.
Okay. And then with regards to the way in which he describes, Mr. Davis, how they got to Las Vegas, he says in here that they drove to Las Vegas in a Land Cruiser. Any particular reason? Did he have a Land Cruiser? Was there any verification of that information?
I did not verify that.
Now, in addition to that, he had indicated that Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, and Big Dre, or AKA Big Dre and Wynn had also traveled to Las Vegas. Did you ever verify if any of those individuals went to Las Vegas?
No, I did not.
And whether or not they stayed at the MGM Casino?
No, I did not.
Okay, so once again, for the jury's edification, shooting takes place in September of 1996. You're getting this information from
Not his job.
Mr. Davis on July 1998, right?
Yes.
About a year and,
Right.
8 months, 9 months, something like that. Now, in addition to that, he had made mention, at least with that first interview, that he believed that Compton police officers had been the ones to have committed that particular act, the crime.
Terry, I imagine, because Terry in the chat asked, did he verify anything? I imagine they were verifying stuff regarding the drug movements, and that they were not interested in verifying stuff regarding the murder of Tupac, because it's not their jurisdiction. It's not what they were working. They might have let somebody know in their office who they knew were looking at the case, working the case. I don't know if the feds were ever working the case, that had happened, but they're not going to reach out to state law enforcement and be like, hey, this guy's talking about your case, unless it's a confession. And they were on a drug and gang task force. So they were going to verify all the other players in the drug world, because they were looking to take down pieces of the wheel on that. So they weren't going to go verify stuff related to this case. They would have verified stuff related to the drug cases, if that makes sense.
In Las Vegas, in terms of the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And once again, that's just for the
I'm sorry.
record.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And with regards to that though, sir, did you ever look into the possibility that Compton police officers may have been involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No.
I did not specifically know.
Okay, and when you say I did not specifically, do you have any personal knowledge as to who in the FBI was responsible for following up with that information?
I'm aware that there were numerous investigations going on. There was, Las Vegas PD had an investigation. There were, Compton PD, LAPD. There were numerous elements of investigation going on regarding the murder of Tupac Shakur. Regarding Mr. Davis, our squad, and what we were investigating with regarding the gang activity and the drug trafficking and the charge that he was on, I was not specifically tasked to follow up and track that down. Who did, I'm not aware of.
Now, fair to say though, of course, if you become aware of a crime like that, you would report the information that you have to whoever the responsible investigative agency would be.
I don't know if they were made aware of a crime in that proffer. They were made aware of kind of where everybody was, but I don't know if they were made aware of much more other than this is who was where and how. But okay. Again, ask whose job it's not is a solid and often very effective strategy.
Right?
Correct.
You're not just going to hold on to that information and just keep it to yourself.
Correct.
Right? Or ignore it.
Correct.
So in this case, for instance, you share with us that there were wiretaps that were being done of Mr. Davis's phone during the time period that you were investigating. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Now, a wiretap is not the same as a pen register, right?
Correct.
And just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
No,
pen register is just
counsel,
numbers that
we
you
don't-
just
we don't
that
need a
you keep
definition of a
recording in terms
wiretap.
of
We
what
got
numbers
it.
calling out, what numbers being received.
Correct.
And then an actual wiretap is when you listen to phone calls where people are talking on the phone without you telling them that you're doing so. Right?
Correct.
So with regards to the information that you received and the phone calls that you had, were there any phone calls at all in which this guy over here, Mr. Davis, somehow admitted or said anything along the lines of that he was either involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur or that he was even in Las Vegas on the day it happened?
So the first part of the question, no, that would be, no, there was nothing.
Interesting.
Regarding the second part, being in Las Vegas, I believe, my recollection is that there was conversation about being in Vegas and coming back to Vegas after the incident, the incident being the murder of Tupac Shakur, but that was it.
Okay, and once again, I don't want to put any real pressure on you. This is 30 years ago.
Right.
So in terms of that kind of information, that would have been at least given to somebody that would have been interested in knowing whether or not, Duane Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur. Fair?
Yes.
And as far as you can recall, without looking at any notes to refresh your recollection here, that was never done.
Can you repeat that?
Probably
Sure.
not by then.
Did you personally ever make any calls to either Las Vegas Metro,
No, there's no way he would.
LAPD, or Compton PD specifically about, hey, there's information here that Keffe was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting? Was there anything like that?
So you asked the question and then you said something, then you asked.
Then you changed it. Yep.
Could you please?
Is that the FBI answer to the question? I'm just, let me break it up. Let me break it
Counsel,
up. Did you ever
he's
make
not-
any calls to Las Vegas?
Now counsel's getting a little spicy. Counsel's getting a little spicy. It's the questions, though. Okay, counsel. We'll see how that goes.
Metropolitan Police to say, hey, we've got some information here
No.
that Duane Davis, no. Did you ever make any calls specifically to LAPD to say, hey, I've got this guy on the phone, or he's making some discussions here that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No, I didn't make any calls.
Yeah, that's not how any of
And
that
then
works.
I'm assuming with regards to Compton PD, did you ever call Compton to talk to somebody like, I don't know, Reggie Wright Sr., the gang guy over there, to say, hey, by the way, one of the guys from your community is saying that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
No, I did not.
And I appreciate you breaking that down because I didn't want the jury as well to be confused. Now, in addition to that, you had made mention about the type of volume here, or what the type of volume that Mr. Davis was moving in terms of drugs. I want to make sure I'm clear. What kind of drugs are we talking about?
Cocaine.
Okay. And can you tell us, just in volume, what kind of volume that Mr. Davis was moving at that time?
Kind of volume he said he was.
I can't, I would be total speculation, based off of what was said in his statements to us.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one where he said something, I believe, to the effect of like 70 kilos at one time, or that he was fronted
talking about
large
hundreds
amounts. I'd have
of
to
kilos.
look. May I refer back to the report?
Sure.
He was talking about hundreds of kilos, but he said that would be speculation because they only popped him for 2.
I know there's one for 60 kilos.
Excuse me, counsel?
Want to make sure the jury.
Are you going to let him answer, or are we going to have conversation? The commentary is again, my job, but counsel is trying to point out, again, no matter what Keffe D said, do you have any independent information that he was in Vegas? Ask whose job it's not. Did you do anything to verify he was in Vegas, etc.?
Understands.
Oh, I'm sorry, Primo Fine Davis, 200 kilos at one time,
Okay.
so fairly large scale.
Did you ever prove, was that ever proven to be true?
That he received that quantity of cocaine at that time?
Yeah, sure. I mean, confidential informants show up on scene, undercover police officers are there.
No, sir.
Anything like that?
No.
So it's literally what he's just telling you, right? In your 302 for this
Yes.
particular time. But no verification whether or not that was true or not.
Regarding that specific transaction, no.
Sure. Or let me make sure I'm clear here. That specific transaction of 200
They verified the cocaine because he went to federal prison for the cocaine.
kilos is what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see or have any understanding of whether he was moving 300 kilos of cocaine every month as a drug dealer?
Did
you ever get any information indicating that he was moving 300 kilograms of cocaine every month?
I did not have that kind of specific information, though.
Counsel's going back to, see, my guy's a big fish storyteller. It's not 200 kilos. It's
Now,
2
in terms
kilos.
of Reggie Wright Jr., was there, I would assume that because it's not part of your area, did you refer that information to whoever it is that was part of the task force that would have covered the Compton area?
That would be most likely, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the Compton Police Department, fair to say that at some point they actually disbanded or they were shut down?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that would have been at what year?
I
roughly?
don't remember specifically. It was somewhere in the late 90s, I believe, or early 2000s.
2000.
Okay. And why did they get disbanded?
I don't know these specifics. I know there was
He's like, I know the rumors.
Allegations of corruption and so.
The rumors, the nastiness. Right. But why is the defense bringing up the rumors that Compton PD was engaging in all kind of fuckery? Well, because we've got Keffe D saying, hey, I think Compton PD killed Tupac. Hey, Compton PD is doing all this shady shit. Hey, Compton PD, Compton PD, Compton PD. And the thing is, Compton PD was up to fuckery. So it's using the witness who's like, well, rumors, I heard rumors.
Such and things like that in the department.
They get disbanded.
I don't know these specifics. I know there was numerous allegations of corruption and such and things like that in the department. Organizational, structural problem deficiencies.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a brief moment?
Yeah.
He's going to go, I imagine, ask his client, is there anything else you want me to ask? I'm going to zoom.
The next time. So you shared a little bit about the next time that you meet Mr. Davis, and that was at the prison.
Correct.
And it's you and your partner still, Special Agent Holiday?
Yes,
And you go to that meeting and he's sitting down having a conversation with you, right?
Mr. Davis, yes.
Yeah. And I want to make sure I'm clear. How much did you actually arrest him with in terms of the cocaine that he had? I mean, I'm assuming at some point he gets caught with cocaine, right?
Wait, we're
That's it.
backing up.
Okay, so what happens?
So are you specific, the specific case that we had him charged with
Yes.
and arrested? Actually, no, he was not caught with any actual cocaine. We intercepted conversations between him and another individual where they discussed a transaction before, the price, quantity, and then there were discussions
Wiretap.
after the delivery, and then there was even discussion, what kind of prompted more of the discussion, there was the two individuals had, Mr. Davis and the other individual had a discrepancy over the quantity, the actual volume of the amount of cocaine.
Okay. And outside of that, nothing to your recollection that was more specific about anything to do with the cocaine? Like, he never actually got caught with it, he was just having conversations about it?
Yes, that's correct.
Now,
Yeah,
in
they
addition to
prosecuted him based on
that,
the
when
wiretap.
you're part of the task force, you are looking for potential issues with regards to violence, is that correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, had you ever come across any information in your wiretaps or anything like that of Mr. Davis putting out a hit on someone or green lighting some type of violent act to be caused against somebody?
Bold question.
No, and that would have been part of it would have been maybe an enhancement under the sentencing guidelines in terms of if you're looking at increasing his amount of time, is that, hey, he's also doing something in furtherance of, his self.
Violent activity and things of that nature, we would definitely be looking for, yes.
Right, and in this particular case, you don't have any proof of that at all? No facts to that?
Of him being violent?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Good question.
Now, there is a discussion here that Darnell Brim was identified as potentially the leader of the South Side Crips. You recall that? It should be at
Yes.
the end of the second 302 that you have.
Yes.
Now, in terms of that, did you ever verify that information as to whether or not Mr. Davis was lying or not about that?
No, I did not personally verify that.
And so as of this particular moment, as you're sitting here right now, do you have any facts at all that establishes that Mr. Davis was a shot caller or the leader of the Southside Crips?
Could you repeat that the way you phrased
Meaning,
it?
do you have any facts? Do you have something that says he said out on the phone, I don't know what they do. They attended a meeting. I mean, it's like.
No, I mean, with these gang organizations, there's not like membership cards and things of that nature. It's not like.
He said it right
you
there.
know, they've got a organized org chart of who is the president, vice president, and this and that nature.
Oh, they know their org chart, though. It's not written down, but they know
A lot
exactly
of
what
times
it is.
it is just word on the street, who runs this area, who's in charge. And it was the way we assessed that Mr. Davis was one of the leaders of the South Side Compton Crips was the totality of information we'd received from numerous informants, witness statements, and things of that nature,
And
wiretaps and things like that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. You done?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would imagine that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer, that the money that he was bringing in was probably the reason why he was considered to be a leader in the Southside Crips.
Because of the money that he was bringing in.
Well, I mean the drugs, right? I mean that's
Well, the
really
volume
value.
of drugs. Yeah, I mean, the leader, the guys who are moving the most weight, the high volume drug sales are going to be generally speaking, the leaders.
Right, because
They're
they
the ones that the
employ
other guys
everybody
are going to go
else.
to get their quantities and things like that.
And their
So-
money.
Sure. And in this particular case, that's the presumption, right? It's because Mr. Davis was
Honestly, y'all, they're set up just like MLMs. It's basically the same structure as an MLM. Like you have multiple leaders. People have downlines. Oftentimes, you will see their handles or nicknames that run in the downlines. So when he's talking about, well, yeah, the leaders are the ones who are running the most volume because they're distributing it out through everybody else. Yeah, it's basically the same. It's basically the same structure, just with illegal drugs and violence.
a drug dealer, he would be considered with some status within the Southside Crips.
Well, I wouldn't call
You get
it
a cut of what
presumption.
everybody else
Again-
does.
Again, it's a totality of statements from other
it's just a-
individuals and the information that we've got.
It's just a corporate org chart.
It wasn't the fact that he was a drug dealer that all of a sudden alerted us and said he must be a high-level South Side Compton Crip.
They go and do
Totality of
recruiting.
Information from our investigation.
Sure.
The
Now,
longer you've been in, the more
word
benefits there are.
presumption. What does that mean, by the way?
You bring in people under you. You
Presumption
know.
that you presume, you're making an assumption.
But it's a little bit better than that, right? It's the idea there are some facts that support whatever it is that you are throwing out there as the.
That can be the case, yes.
Now, in this particular regard, you talk a little bit about the Lakewood incident, right? It's in your report, I think, and I want to make sure on your 302. This would be. And, sir, if you run across it before I do, this would be page 4 of your 302, the date 7/14/98. Do you see where I'm at? It would be maybe the third, the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph down.
The Lakewood, are you referring to at the mall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah,
That's all right.
okay.
In terms of your presumption, the idea of the presumption, you're telling us that, yeah, there is some facts that help, you to have that presumption, right? Some facts. Can you tell us what facts you have to support that there was even a Lakewood incident that occurred?
That's an interesting question to go into. He's going back to his theory of the case. What facts do you have to prove that these things happen? Because I think defense, again, he has all of the discovery, knows that this wasn't the focus of the FBI task force.
I'm sorry, you're asking what facts?
Sure.
We have several witness statements.
Okay, so you have several witness statements. You are aware that those allegedly, and according to what you write yourself, this was a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur. Marcus, who lived at the South Side Crip neighborhood, was
So he
in the
said they
mall
have
by
witness
himself.
statements. That's,
A number of
you know.
Blood Street gang members attacked Marcus and began beating him. Orlando Anderson and then others approached the situation, observed what was happening, then went to the aid of Marcus. They beat up the Blood gang members. That's what you wrote in your 302, right?
That's for true now.
Yeah. Now, in terms of that information, did you
That's
ever go to the
recruitment.
mall to verify
Or
that
that's
there
what,
was
I think that's what he
this
said.
thing that happened a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, which would have been sometime in August of 1996? Did you ever do that?
No, I did not.
Now, in fairness to you, sir, Lakewood Mall and that area is governed by a police department. I don't know, is it Compton or is it the next one over?
No, it's Lakewood. That's not
Yeah, it
fair.
wouldn't have been Compton.
It's Lakewood. He doesn't know that, but now it's probably Lakewood Sheriffs, because I think at the time, I don't remember at the time if it was Lakewood or Lakewood Sheriffs, but at the time now it's Lakewood Sheriffs. There's a few questions in the chat. One, Creek Native Girl said, I'm starting to think a lot of people involved in this case and have grown into needing reading glasses. Yes, everybody involved that's still alive is going to need readers in this case. For sure. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. You guys are cracking me up. But yes, the rules are the same. You know, don't use your own supply. You got to give a cut to the people above you that are cutting you in. You move up the ranks when you recruit those below you. It's a different process, but the structure is the same. So, you know, they're just selling drugs and protecting their territory from the other gangs who are doing the same.
Okay, so whoever's the next one, did you ever at any point reach out to that police department to say, hey, can you get us the information on this so we can verify it before we put it into our 302 that a couple of weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, because that's not what they were investigating.
Okay, so your statement regarding doing it before we put in that was information that was provided to us by Mr. Davis. So at that time, we're just recording what Mr. Davis is telling us.
Sure.
They're not
So
investigating.
this is a follow-up investigation upon that.
Sure, but the state has now introduced this document in as an exhibit for the jury to consider. So you're telling us that you can't verify the information in it?
I'm telling you
That's what your client
Mr.
said.
Davis told us.
Right.
Okay, but you cannot verify that information. You're telling us right now you didn't verify the information that he told you.
I didn't verify that specific event.
Okay.
Do you know if your partner did?
I'm not sure.
Keffe D, this is
You're
not
referring to Mr. Holiday?
the flex
sir.
you think it is,
Yeah,
though.
I'm not sure.
His counsel
I
doesn't have a
don't
lot
want
to
to
work
speculate
with.
yes or no.
No, and
He's
I
working with my
appreciate
dude's
you
a
doing that.
liar.
I don't want you to do that either. Okay. Now, Mr. Davis is in prison during this time. At some point in the future, you had mentioned that he was in there April 20th, 1999, something like that?
During the second interview. yes.
Well, when did he go in?
Now, did you at any point ever look at his, while he was in there, how he was doing, anything like that? Any write-ups he might have had while he was in there, anything like that?
From the penitentiary?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Counsel, if you're going to go down this road about whether he got himself into any violent incidents in prison, have you forgotten that your client was prosecuted last year for a fight he started in local custody in Nevada? Because you're going to open the door to that shit real quick because you're like, see, there's no indications of violence. See, he didn't have any problems in prison. Dude, I guess maybe the argument is it's so far in time that it's not relevant to 1996, but I guess we'll see.
And then finally, just one final thing here. There was some mention in your 302, and I apologize for bouncing you back, but I'm taking you back to the July 14th, 1998
He is definitely
302.
bouncing back and forth.
But in that 302, there was an allegation, or at least some information that you documented that stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Was dealing drugs out of a auto shop called the Untouchables Auto Shop, owned by Melvin Hurd. Do you recall that? That's actually on the top of page 4.
Yes.
Do you know why that's important and why you included that in your 302?
Because your client said it. He includes everything your client says.
Well, activity regarding Reggie Wright Jr., Reggie Wright Sr., these individuals in Compton and things like that would have been important. They would have been documented. Mr. Davis provided us that information. So again, this is also information that would be utilized for for consideration by the U.S. Attorney's Office and things like that. So all of the information is important.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm
Appreciate it.
Any
surprised.
redirect, Mr. Strapton?
Just briefly.
I'm sure there is
You have
rewrite.
both of those.
Yes.
302s in front of you,
Yes, I do.
right? So let's start with the July 14th, 98 one. It specifically
easier to go in
says in the
order.
first paragraph, also, it was understood that the information provided by Davis during the interview would not be used by the FBI in a way which would disclose to individuals outside the FBI that the information came from Davis.
Correct.
So, other FBI.
That really does go to the, so you weren't calling Compton PD and this and this and that. It really goes to that.
Personnel may have learned about this, but certainly you wouldn't be calling Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and telling them, hey, guess what Duane Davis just told me?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a confidentiality portion of the proffer agreement that this is it's offered in a way to elicit information. It's saying, hey, what you tell us here is not going to be told to anybody, and we won't divulge that you're the one providing this information and things of that nature.
Does that undermine half of defense's cross for you? Oh, it says it on the first page right there. We're not going to contact other police departments about this. Does that undermine his cross for you, or did the point still land?
And you're there talking to him, in your case is about a drug case. It's not about Tupac Shakur. That just happens to be a subject that comes up in the conversation.
That's correct.
It's not your responsibility. Well, let me ask you this. Tupac Shakur is killed in the state of Nevada, the county of Clark. Who prosecutes murder cases usually for street level shootings in Clark County?
That would be like Las Vegas Metro PD, the DA's office here in Las Vegas.
The state of Nevada, it's not a
That's
federal
correct.
crime to commit a murder in Las Vegas in most situations.
That's correct.
And so you're just gathering this information, and you did what you promised, which was keep it confidential until such time as you were authorized by the U.S. Attorney to
Right.
talk about it. The only other thing I want to ask you about is, Mr. Sampt, there is a difference between proffer and immunity, is that correct?
That is correct.
What
That's a
Mr.
good
Davis was
question.
telling you, you wouldn't use against him, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't any sort of immunity for any crimes that he disclosed, you just couldn't use the statements that he made to you to prosecute him for those
Federally.
particular crimes.
That's correct.
And that it was an agreement between the United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
At no point in here did this.
Well, whoop, there it is. Because Keffe D talked about having federal immunity. And the prosecutor circles back around and redirect and is like, no, you had a proffer agreement. You never had immunity. A proffer agreement isn't we won't prosecute you for these things. We won't use your words against you. But you don't have immunity from these. We can prosecute you for whatever you tell us. We just can't use the words you say. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
State of Nevada, the Clark County District Attorney's Office, or any agency other than the U.S. Attorney's Office make an agreement with Mr. Davis about these 302s.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any read
Good
across
follow-up.
based on that, Mr. Sampt?
I'm sorry, what was that last question again? I'm
Shit.
trying to figure that. Hey, so you're telling us, you're giving us information right now about your knowledge of what the other law enforcement agencies had agreements on or not? How do you know that?
I didn't give that information. I didn't say that.
So can we repeat that last question?
We don't have
All right,
that
well, let me-
capability. We can
No
pause
readback?
and show you.
No, that's all right. I just want to get to the point. But
Well, now I want to play it back. Hopefully you agree with me. I want to play it back. I want to see what the last question is where he's like, wait. Because it was innocuous to me.
The State of Nevada, the Clark County District Attorney's Office, or any agency other than the U.S. Attorney's Office make an agreement with Mr. Davis about these 302s.
That's correct.
Okay. That's what he's upset about. Let me back that up again. This is common sense to me, but I also understand that I worked in the criminal system for a really long time. What the prosecutor's asking, and the defense gets kind of kerfuffled about it, but what the prosecutor's asking is, no other agency had any kind of agreement regarding your 302 proffers. Why? Because the feds, A, keep that shit to themselves, and B, a district attorney at the state level can't do anything with the federal government 302 proffers unless the feds give them blessing and permission and the TUI letter and say, yes, you may use it. Be thankful that we have given this to you and not smited you. Which is why we saw so much back and forth regarding the TUI discovery from the feds in the Karen Reed case. Because the attorneys on both sides were saying, Your Honor, we can't even give you shit about this because we don't have it because the feds won't give it to us. And the feds are like, we don't have to give you anything. You'll get what you get and you don't get upset is kind of where the feds policy on that is. So what the prosecutor's asking is just really, hey, just so we're clear, this isn't how the feds roll, which is common.
Statements that he made to you to prosecute
So I backed that
him
up a bit.
for those particular crimes.
That's correct.
And that it was an agreement between the United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
At no point in here did the State of Nevada, the Clark County District Attorney's Office, or any agency other than the U.S. Attorney's Office make an agreement with Mr. Davis about these 302s.
That's correct.
Yeah, because they can't.
Nothing further.
That's where defense
Any
gets
cross
kerfuffled.
based on that, Mr. Samt?
Yes,
I'm
he's
sorry, what was that
kerfuffled.
last question again? I'm trying to figure that out. Hey, so you're telling us, you're giving us information right now about your knowledge of what the other law enforcement agencies had agreements on or not? How do you know that?
Because other agencies can't make the feds do shit. Sir, have you ever interacted with the FBI? Because, The FBI! However, here's the thing. I think the defense, look, I'm coming at it with the lens of somebody who's been in criminal prosecution for a really long time. I think the defense's lens actually might be better for this. And here's why. The jury's not coming at this with the knowledge that I have. They're not coming at this with that knowledge of the criminal justice system. And the defense isn't just accepting some of these things that are a truth. He's questioning them, which might lead the jury to question them. And when your job is the defense to poke holes, then that's fair. Wait, what do you mean nobody else had agreements to your 302s? It might be a question that the jury has too. Just because I understand that that's not how all that works doesn't mean the jury does. And that actually might be really helpful.
I didn't give that information. I didn't say that.
So
So we're on recross?
Last question.
We don't have
All right,
that
well,
payback capability. We can
Let me-
pause and show.
So the court's saying we don't have playback capability. It might be that the court has audio transcribe and not a court reporter in person in court that can do live transcription and then run it back, which is why they're saying they have to pause.
No, that's all right. I just want to get to the point. But what Mr. DiGiacomo just asked you was that, there were no other agreements with regard to your agreement. Your agreement was the sole
No,
agreement
no, no,
between
no.
yourself and Mr. Davis, or
With regard to the
FBI and Mr. Davis,
302s.
and no other
The United
entity.
States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
I apologize. The United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis, and no other entity, right? I think that's how it was put,
Yes.
right?
Well, it was about the 302s.
you don't know that,
particularly,
though.
but okay.
Did you, when you... What?
I think the prosecution's objection was what? Objection what?
You don't know that, though. Did you, when you... What?
That's not good for the defense.
Stricken. You can
That's not good for the defense. When everyone in the courtroom starts laughing at objection what? That's not helpful for the defense.
ask a question.
You are not aware of any agreements between, with other agencies because you just don't know. You are just here on behalf of the federal government and the FBI, right?
Oh, he would know.
With regard to the interview that myself and Todd Holiday conducted
Right.
with Mr. Davis on July 14th, 1998, the agreement was between the United States Attorney's Office with the FBI there and Mr. Davis. Nobody else was party to that.
Even though this was a joint task force, this was part of...
No, it was a joint task force. It was the United States Attorney's Office. the
It's
FBI,
their
Mr. Davis.
case.
Okay, and with regards to that task force,
The FBI shares about as well as I do. Like, don't touch my pens. No, you can't just grab a handful unless you ask. Like, no, the FBI shares about as well as I do. No, don't touch my shit. It's my shit. Go get your own shit.
even though other government agencies were potentially involved in the task force, they weren't involved with regards to this agreement, the proffer.
No.
I mean, they weren't part of the proffer, is what you're saying, even though it's part of a task force.
Correct.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
He seems a little confused on that. Maybe he's trying to confuse the jury, but
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
I'm curious to see.
We do have some.
We do have some. We got some jury questions. Okay. So the attorneys are going to approach. I'm really curious to see what the jury questions are. And again, we heard yesterday one of the witnesses saying to the defense attorney, I mean, you don't even practice criminal law. Anyway, doing trial work is doing trial work. there are going to be quirks. Who knows? And I don't know all of his experience. I only know what I've read. But here's the thing. Assuming that the jury doesn't know what you don't know can actually be helpful and not just getting all jargony. Because there's times where the prosecutor, who seems to have been doing this for a while, is talking about pen registers and never slows down and asks the jury what it is. The witness and the DA know what they're talking about, but the jury's got to be sitting there going, what? What's a pen register? Is it a pin register, PIN or PEN? Do you write it? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it was the defense that came in and started to clear some of those up. So if the DA is too high level because it's so ingrained for them, the way that, businesses that use acronyms too much use an acronym with you and you're like, what the fuck did you just say? You acronymed at me. I don't know what you mean. You have to bring it down to the level of the person that's not in there. And the prosecution's not doing a great job at that. The defense is bringing that in. But if the jury starts getting frustrated with it, then, it can go either way. But I think the defense asking some of those questions can help. Let's see what the jury wants to know. I'm curious. I'm going to zoom. Keffe D's not in a jacket today. I don't know if that's because he doesn't have one because it's hot in the courtroom. Who knows? Let's get to the jury questions. I'm very excited. They've been interesting.
If the proper information was never followed up on, what was the motivation behind the interview in jail or prison?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm waiting for one of these witnesses, though, for the jury question to be like married or single. I'm just waiting. That's a good question. I'm going to roll it back one more time. If the proffer was never followed up on, why did you go do a second interview? And they never talked about why they went and did the second interview. Great question.
All right, a couple questions from our jurors. If the proper information was never followed up on, what was the motivation behind the interview in jail or prison?
You want me to go ahead and answer?
Yeah,
Okay.
They have these questions. I'm
Right.
asking you to answer them.
Okay, so the motivation behind the interview in...
Fed, look at the jury. Fed, the jury's asking the question. Turn back around and look at the jury and answer them.
The subsequent interview in 99, we were following up on other investigation. Because when you go through the 302, you see we ask about several individuals, and we actually showed him pictures of other individuals. A lot of times what we'll do is we were going back because he was cooperative and open before, we were attempting to see he would verify other individuals, perhaps identities and things of that nature of other investigative activity regarding.
We thought there was more juice to squeeze. So we went back.
Regarding gang activity in the area.
Right.
And then did anyone with the
question two.
FBI verify information given by Davis in the proffer?
I mean, the totality, regarding the totality of there was quite a bit of.
Great question. I think this was a miss for the prosecution because the defense did a good job of narrowing it down to the proffer about the Tupac murder. But you would think that they would have verified stuff regarding the drug things that they were investigating. So I love that the jury's like, well, did you verify any of it? The prosecution should have done that. It's a little bit of a miss that they didn't. And the jury's coming in there being like, we got questions. I like it a lot.
Regarding the totality of there was quite a bit of information when we asked about certain individuals and things that he said that we already knew. So because he provided information during the proffer session, there wasn't a need to necessarily go back and verify because we had an idea about the answer to the question. Sort of like you ask a question that you know the answer to, that's how you know if somebody's lying. You start off with that, things like that, simple things, and then you kind of work your way in to other information. So there was a lot of information that we already had other corroborated information on. So when he's providing that information, we have a general idea whether or not he's being open and candor and truthful based off of other investigation, whether it's surveillance, wiretaps, witness statements, and things of that nature.
And you might have already answered this, that's the second part of the question,
Good
so I'm gonna
question.
ask it. What information was followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer, if you're able to disclose it?
What other?
What information was
That sounds like two jurors kind of had the same question. Like, what other information was followed up on?
followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer that you're able to disclose?
So, I mean, it's been 30 years. It'd be very difficult for me to follow up on every single aspect. Again, a lot of the information, because it's historical, some of these things that he's talking about went back several years prior to, into the early 90s period. So he's talking about, you know, prior drug transactions and things of that nature. It's very difficult or almost impossible to truly verify those types of things. Other things that he talked about, for example, like recordings that were played or photos that he was showing of individuals where he identified and said, this is so-and-so, that corroborates what, you know, individuals that we know and things of that nature. So there were things that were done. Was there a specific checklist, tasking list that was put out after that interview, the proper interview, to go out and say, go verify? That's really not the way we operate. Usually these files have hundreds of documents in them over the course of an investigation. There's, you know, hours and hours and countless hours of wiretaps and things of that nature. So we've got a very voluminous amount of information to go back and check and things that along the way. So at this point, he was already indicted, arrested, and basically going towards either trial or sentencing.
So we knew. We knew a
The
lot of
Proffer
it.
agreement really was an opportunity for him to help himself on sentencing. And then for us to maybe, you know, if he wanted to cooperate and things like that, to possibly open up further avenues of investigation for other individuals who weren't in custody or that were still under investigation.
So what he's saying is, we wanted to see what would shake out if we went and talked to him. Was he going to be a reliable, confidential informant? Was he going to help us find other people in the massive... They're trying to put together the org chart, essentially, of this drug ring. And how much information is he going to give us? Keffe D complains in his book, and many complain of this type of investigation, that they start with the street-level dealers, because they're easier to find, and then they try to keep flipping the little fish to get to the big fish. Keffe D's words on that. But you try to flip the lower level dealers to go up the chain. Same that they do with RICO cases, same that they do with mafia cases, same. And so they were wondering if Keffe D was the big fish or if Keffe D could be flipped and give them other people. Okay, so you're saying you're running hundreds of kilos. Where are you getting those from? Who's the contact in Colombia? How do we find them? So they wanted to see how much information they would get from him. And since he was cooperative with them and gave them information that they had corroborated, it was worth their time to go back and talk to him, meaning he wasn't a total fucking liar. It didn't all come up with blanks. So they went back and talked to him again. Makes sense.
All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up based on those answers and those
No.
questions? Mr. Sanft?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. You are free to go. Thank you so much. Sorry.
All right.
For the two exhibits.
Just leave them right there. Mr. DiGiacomo will pick them up.
I'll grab them from you, thank you.
Are those our exhibits? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, for sure. All right, statement call our next witness.
Daryn Dupree.
Your Honor, before we do that, may we approach?
Sure.
All right, they're going to approach. No follow-up. I think those were good jury questions. Yeah, they were good jury questions. And again, when you're too into a case, there's times that you overlook the obvious, but I think they were good jury questions.
All right, at this time, we are going to take a restroom break for 15 minutes. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you.
Well, we know the court's
Having
going to go
us back
through jury
here at
instructions
3:15,
quickly.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, please rise for the jury. Jury's out. They're going to take a 15-minute restroom break. We are streaming in the afternoon, which means it's been a very full day. I'm also going to take a restroom break. I'm going to see if they put anything on, but I don't need to grab
The jury has exited. We'll be
anything.
in recess.
Thank you.
I'm going to take the briefest of briefest breaks to run to the restroom because it is time to run to the restroom while they are also on break. So if y'all need to grab anything, go do it. Remember, it is a half day in court today. They brought in a FBI agent who was part of 2 proffer conversations with Keffe D and was working the Safe Streets Task Force in the area of Watts and South Central California, working more with Grape Street and other Cripset gangs than with South Side Compton Crips, because the task force he was assigned to was not working in the Compton area. These are separate areas, even though they are close together. So he gave a little history of what was going on there and then brought in the proffer agreements that one proffer interview, not the agreement, one proffer interview that Keffe D gave when he was popped by the feds for cocaine distribution, and then one follow-up interview they did after Keffe D was already in prison. He got somewhere between 70 and 77 months. It seems that he got a deal from the feds for that proffer. And what I thought was helpful is that they did go through the fact that this proffer was hey, I'll tell you what I know and see if I can get a deal. Not an immunity deal, not a you're going to come testify against anybody. You give us some information. If that information's helpful to us, we'll help you out. If that information's not helpful to us, well, we're not going to use it against you. We're going to prosecute you anyway. It was not an immunity deal. It was, can you be helpful? And if so, we'll recommend a lighter sentence to the court. And it seems that that's what happens. All of the documents regarding that particular case had been admitted into evidence, but they were not read into the record. Those are sort of certified court documents. So we don't have all of that, but the jury will have that when they get back. And then we'll be getting into witnesses for the rest of the day. Though before they went on record today, we did hear rumors and allegations that there were like 5 hours of audio that we're going to have to listen to. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. I'm going to put on music real quick. If you are new here, get the Law Nerd app. When the witnesses that you want to see take the stand, or when shit just pops off in court and the day gets wild, we will send you a push notification that will bring you right to this video. And we will let you know when we are going live for the day. So when lawyers fight with technology means that I am waiting to go live, then we will let you know when we are going live so you can push through and get right here to the video. Free on iOS and Android. We built it for y'all. I know you guys love it. I love it too. You're going to hear this music. When I come back, you're going to hear this. We'll send you an app notification when I'm back. I'm taking just a very, very few minutes to run to the restroom, and then I'll be right back. So I will see you guys in just a moment. Don't forget to hydrate, Law Nerds. Grab a snack. All right, law nerds. Hi. You guys ready? We're going back to court. Remember, it's a half day today. So if you're just popping in, you missed one witness from the FBI. The FBI! And we're going back to court. Let's get back to trial. They took a 15-minute break. It seemed that the prosecution was ready to call their next witness, and then they approached, and then they took a break. It might have been that somebody needed to use the restroom. It might have been that counsel needed to check on something. There's a lot of reasons why they could just be like, all right, and we're taking a break. But we're getting back to court now. And I'm going to zoom until they go on the record. Defense and his client are standing at counsel table. And we are back on the record.
Address before bringing the jury in.
No, you're
Okay, bring them in.
All right. It is time to bring the jury. I'm going to zoom while the jury walks in, and we'll get to the prosecution's next witness. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let's roll. Should be what, witness number 14?
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. And if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Daryn, D-A-R-Y-N, Dupree, D-U-P-R-E-E.
Thank you,
Daryn
sir.
Dupree.
Whenever you're ready to state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was a detective for the Los Angeles Police Department,
How long were you with the LAPD?
33 and a half years,
And when did you start?
in 1990.
Oh, I
And
thought he
through
said
the majority of your
33 and a half years. 33 and a half years. Okay. Started with LAPD in 1990.
career, what kind of crimes did you focus on?
Homicides, gang homicides.
I'm going to direct your attention to approximately 2006. Were you asked to be part of a task force related to the Christopher Wallace murder?
Yes, I was.
And can you describe that task force for us?
So
Robbery,
you were with
homicide,
RHD.
homicide specials,
Right.
Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, FBI, ATF, and DEA were all.
So this is who's involved in the task force investigating the murder of Biggie, which took place in Los Angeles. So he's talking RHD, Robbery Homicide Division. So he's talking about everyone that was involved in this task force.
Yes, I was.
And can you describe that task force for us?
Robbery, homicide, homicide specials, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, FBI, ATF, and DEA were all a part of the task force.
And was there a precipitating event that caused the 2006 task force to be formed?
The murder of Biggie?
Yeah, Christopher Wallace's mother filed a lawsuit against the Los Angeles Police Department
Oh,
And what was the allegation in the lawsuit?
that there was police officer involvement in his death.
oh.
LA police officer involvement?
Yes.
And
I didn't know that.
What was the purpose of the 2006 task force?
To uncover, first of all, if there was any police officer involvement, and also to hopefully solve the.
I forgot
Biggie
about that
Smalls murder.
completely.
Now, by 2008, this is 11 years after the homicide. I assume that there was records that the LAPD would have gathered initially in the investigation in the ensuing 11 years that you had access to.
Yes.
Did you guys, or did the task force formulate a plan as to how you were going to go about investigating the Christopher Wallace murder?
Yeah. There was rumors that this was a
Gang
war between
retaliation.
South Side Compton Crips and Mob Pyru. Puffy, Combs, Label, Bad Boy, and Death Row Records. So we started there, and that consisted of
a very good place to
coming
start.
to Vegas, getting all their files, getting up to speed on the Tupac murder. Although we weren't investigating it, we just wanted to get up to speed on it, and then starting there,
everybody was a suspect at that time in the Biggie Smalls murder.
At the time you come to Vegas and learn what information the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has, who is the detective that you're having the contact with from Metro?
Detective Dan Long.
At some point, you go back, you begin investigating. Did you have any suspects that you identified and wanted to potentially look at?
From the initial investigation, South Side Compton Crips possibly had something to do with the murder because they weren't paid for the Tupac murder, and then also Death Row Records, that they were involved because of the retaliation for the Tupac murder. So, like I said, everybody was a suspect at that time.
During the course of the investigation, did you at some point focus on a person identified as Duane Davis?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Yes.
Identified again.
Put him out to describe something he's wearing.
He's at the defense table with a blue shirt and a multicolored tie.
May the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
Is he wearing a jacket or no jacket? No jacket.
No jacket.
So reflected.
How is it that, how is it that you target Mr. Davis?
The vehicle used in the Christopher Wallace murder was a Impala. Mr. Davis had an Impala, and they had impounded it early on in the investigation. So we started with him.
And did you have him for?
Where did you start? Well, we looked at the murder of Tupac and then we spoke to that dude because that dude was at the top of everybody's list. So we went and talked to him first. Right.
Information related to what his position was in the South Side Crips.
I mean, we knew that Mr. Davis was the man with all the money in their hood, in their neighborhood.
Now, you said that you...
This is the one time that they don't flip back to Keffe D, because this might be the one time that Keffe D is either smiling or nodding. And no, we don't. He's not going to be mean mugging that, and we don't go back to him. That is a miss. It is a miss.
What was your role in the task force?
I was the lowest level, bottom of the food chain detective.
I was the
I
new
was
guy.
a gang expert, and I knew a little bit about the rap industry. So that was my...
That's how you got brought in?
Yes.
The South Side Crips, did they have kind of two crews associated with them?
As far as I know, yes.
And one of those crews, the Burris Street crew, who was that sort of generally headed by?
It was Keffe D amongst others.
The Glencoe crew, who was sort of the leader of that group?
From what we gathered, Darnell Graham.
How is it that you're going to go about investigating Mr. Davis for the Biggie Smalls murder? What's your plan?
I had never worked with the DEA, FBI. I was a homicide investigator coming in. So above my pay grade, they tried to figure out a way to get leverage on Mr. Davis through narcotic sales.
Right. The feds wanted to get a wiretap and get leverage, and all of LAPD's like, huh, you're going to do what now? You guys can do that? You have the money to do that? We got the time to do that? Okay. Sure.
We would bring him in after we caught him with narcotics and see if he would work with us and give us information on the Biggie Smalls case.
And were you able to gather enough information to potentially arrest and charge him with narcotics?
Yes.
And how much narcotics are we talking about here?
From what I remember, it was PCP, a gallon, and
It's a fuck ton.
a kilo of cocaine, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And with Mr. Davis's past criminal history as well as that amount or weight of drugs, what kind of sentence was he looking at for that type of drugs?
As I said, I
Much.
wasn't familiar with the Fed system. From what I was told, though, that was a life sentence with the amount of drugs that were confiscated.
So once you've gathered all this evidence,
He said, I was told that that was a life sentence with the amount of drugs that we had. Right. He's like, I don't know about how the feds do it. That's how the feds do it, especially back in the 90s.
do you do anything to indicate to Mr. Davis that you've got your leverage?
We met with him,
And who's we?
me and Detective Greg Kading.
And where did that meeting take place?
If I recall, it was
And Greg Kading enters the chat. We're going to hear about this more.
at Mr. Davis's residence, maybe in Rancho Cucamonga or Corona. I forget the location. And we sat in his garage and we advised him of what we had. And we get an attorney and we'll meet with you a couple days later in LA at the Fed building and we'll discuss it more.
Now, was there a suggestion to Mr. Davis that he shouldn't use the lawyer by the name of Edie Fall?
I don't know anything about that.
Does there come a point in time when you wind up at a meeting with Mr. Davis and his lawyer?
Yes.
And that first meeting, what are you there to talk to Mr. Davis about?
To show him the evidence that we had against him, the video surveillance that we had, we did a lot of surveillance on him, to show him everything we had and what he was looking, to receive in as a case against him.
And so do you eventually wind up?
Did I miss it by being entertained by chat? If he said when this conversation took place, we're in like 2008, right? So the tapes that they were talking about earlier today, the 5 hours of audio, that's this witness then. That's the Kading interviews then, not the federal interviews. So I think we're roundabouts 2008 here. That's what I've taken away from this.
Up in a meeting with his lawyer in either the lawyer's office or a police station to talk to him about that.
I think that first meeting was at the AUSA's office in downtown Los Angeles with him and his attorney and about 4 or 5 people from the task force.
And was there your understanding as to what the circumstances of what you could and couldn't use against Mr. Davis of what he's talking to you about?
Yes, and again, I'm just in the room. I never even been in the AUSA's office at that time.
He's like, man, I'm barely in the room where it happened.
So I'm just observing what's going on.
Did anyone use the term, this is a proffer?
Yes.
And was that agreement between the AUSA, do you remember that AUSA's name?
Timothy Seawright.
And do you remember the attorney for Mr. Davis, his name?
Wayne Higgins.
And so there was an agreement in that first meeting that this would be a proffer.
Yes.
And during the course of that, do you ask Mr. Davis about his involvement in the Biggie Smalls murder?
Yes.
And what is his response?
At that time, he said, no, we didn't have anything to do with that.
We didn't have
When he
anything to
said
do with that
we
one.
didn't have anything to do with that one, did that trigger anything in your mind as to what he was saying?
When I recall, yes, we were like, that one, what do you mean? And then he
What was
said,
it?
we did the other one.
He said, we did the other one.
Oh boy.
And so, at that point, what did you think he was talking about?
Me personally, the only other one was Tupac. But we had nothing, we didn't think we were talking about Christopher Wallace. We didn't ask him any questions about Tupac. He offered that on his own.
And so when he does that, is there some discussion
Oh, boy.
then of maybe having a conversation about Tupac?
It was a surprise to us. Number one, we were shook. We were surprised.
Shook is the appropriate term, sir. We're
Yes.
here for it.
I mean, I don't know if we shut that meeting down then to discuss what we were going to do. I don't remember, but we were surprised.
Does there come a point in time when there's a
I wanna
meeting
hear
set
this.
for December 18th of 2008?
All right, there we go. December 18th, 2008. Now I'm ready to hear these interviews. We didn't do that when we did the other one. I'm ready to hear these interviews. I'm going to regret it tomorrow. And tomorrow you're going to be saying, Emily, you said you wanted to hear these the same way you said you wanted to hear Charlie Adelson's wiretaps. I know. I say it every time. Almost always regret it in some way. But I want to hear this part of this interview. I don't know if I need 5 hours of these interviews, though.
To talk to Mr. Davis about the Tupac Shakur murder.
Yes.
In your understanding, was that still based upon the agreement between Wayne Higgins and the U.S. Attorney that it would be a proffer session?
Yes.
At that point, before having this conversation with Mr. Davis, has anybody notified Las Vegas that Mr. Davis is going to be talking about the Tupac Shakur murder?
I bet not.
Unfortunately, no.
Were you present on December 18th for an interview with Mr. Davis about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Yes.
And did you subsequently learn, or previously learn, but subsequently learn that that conversation was recorded?
Yes.
Do you know who recorded that statement?
One of the members of the task force, Bill Holcomb.
Did there come a point in time where you heard that recording?
Yes.
And
Who was Holcomb working with? Because that's not, the feds and the AUSAs weren't recording these at that time.
Judge, I have marked as state's proposed exhibit.
So it's, wait, was that did the prosecutor just go, "Whoop"? Wait, you've turned into Ryan Hall, y'all, counsel. If we see a Diet Coke at counsel table, the rumors are going to be hard to defeat. Hold on.
Yes.
That was a funny noise.
Judge, I have marked as state's proposed exhibit.
Exhibit
117, which is the actual recording, and one.
So it's just the December interview that's 5 hours long? Shit.
10, which is the transcript of that recording on our form at this time.
Any objection?
If this could confirm, we're still lacking foundation with regard to that. The answer, the question that was.
Oh, counsel, now is the time to throw a fit about all of this coming into evidence again. Now is the time. Now is the time to preserve all of your objections. All of them.
If this could confirm, we're still lacking foundation with regard to that. The answer, the question that was asked was like, do you recognize the recording?
Okay, do you want to play
I can play part of
Maybe
that
the
recording
first
for Detective.
couple
Duke.
seconds and see if he recognizes it?
Yeah, there's some
Authenticate.
walking in time, so it will.
Defense. Now is the time to also preserve all your objections, not just to foundation, to relevance. Just renew your previous objections. Now is the time.
Just have to pull it
When
forward.
people
a little bit.
actually talk.
Yeah. I'll just jump forward.
Jump around. So they're going to fast forward this to confirm that this is the audio.
Or his associates, that's not a concern to us.
Yeah.
If you had a full mic, we would have talked. We wouldn't want to talk.
Okay, another.
Does that sound like the conversation that was happening on December 18th, 2008 with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And who
This is like name that song in 3 seconds, counsel. Really?
was present at this besides yourself that you recall?
The lead detective, Detective Greg Kading. He was mostly in charge. Bill Holcomb, and me. That's all I can remember.
Was Wayne Higgins present as well?
Wayne Higgins was there, and I'm sorry, so was Mr. Davis, of course.
And do you recall where this conversation took place?
He said the U.S. Attorney's Office.
It might have been at Wayne Higgins' office.
Oh, really?
I once again reoffer
At the lawyer's office. Wayne Higgins is Keffe D's lawyer.
117 and 110.
Did you want to show him 110 to verify that is the transcript of it?
Oh, you want me to?
Well, that was the objection, was that
Oh,
the foundation wasn't accurate, and we talked about the first item, but not the second.
maybe take a look at that. You can read through as much as it is you need to. That appeared to be a transcription of that particular meeting.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's it.
Move to admit 110 and 117.
Any objection, Mr. Sampt?
No, Your Honor.
They will be admitted.
The jury is gonna hear the entire thing at some point. But
At some
generally speaking, what was Mr. Davis's version of events as it relates to what happened with Tupac Shakur?
Mr. Davis stated that his nephew, Mr. Orlando Anderson.
All right, law nerds, buckle up. Let's hear what this former detective remembers. I mean, I'm sure he's reviewed it, of what Keffe D told them happened with regard to the murder of Tupac back in 2008.
Anderson was jumped and beat up in a club or in a hotel in Las Vegas after the Tyson fight. He came and told Mr. Davis what happened. They went looking for Tupac, Suge, anybody who was involved, basically, in the beatdown of Mr. Anderson. And they couldn't find him at first, and then they saw him, and basically, Mr. Davis had the gun at first, but they came up on the passenger side of Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur's vehicle, so he couldn't shoot across the driver. So he handed the gun to Dre in the back seat, Andre Smith. He was afraid to shoot. Mr. Anderson grabbed the gun and shot across Mr. Smith into Mr. Knight's car that Mr. Tupac Shakur was in with Mr. Knight.
And did he tell you what kind of vehicle he was in?
He was in a white Cadillac,
Did he tell you what kind of gun was used?
a .40 cal Glock.
And did he tell you after the shooting where the car went? If you recall. If you don't recall.
I don't recall.
After receiving this information in March of 2009, does the task force sign Mr. Davis up as a confidential informant?
Yes.
And once you sign him up as a confidential informant,
Bro worked as a CRI. No, he did not. No, he did not. Dude, the jury's gonna hear all this, Keffe D. You can be not all you want. We're gonna hear it. Signed him up as a reliable, confidential informant so he could keep talking. Interesting. But it sounds to me like he told them everything. I handed the gun to Dre. Dre was too afraid to shoot. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson took the gun and shot across Dre into Tupac's car. It's awfully specific. Also, this is being told after Anderson's deceased. And possibly after Dre and the driver are deceased.
and what is it that you want to do with Mr. Davis?
Figure out ways to see if he's telling the truth about his story, about what happened.
And so what do you do?
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could.
Not Zip.
This is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs.
Yeah, this gets into that Diddy shit. Right. This gets into that Diddy shit. He's like, this is deeper than that. Exactly it is. Exactly it is. It gets into that Diddy shit. Detective, please just tell us everything.
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could. This is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs was supposed to have given money to Zip Martin to give to Mr. Davis for payment of the Tupac murder. Fast forward, we go to Mr. Davis. He says he can rekindle that relationship with Mr. Zip Martin and get him to talk about the money that was given from Sean Puffy Combs to Mr. Martin that never got to Mr. Davis.
And did you guys, or Mr. Davis?
The way he tells it, Keffe D said, yo, I can hit up Zip on the wires. I can hit up Zip and have a conversation with him about, hey, no, let's not bring ODB into this, but where's my money at? And see what Zip would confirm on the wires about the money, about Puffy not paying, about whether Puffy agreed to the hit, because Zip was the connection there. But he offered it. Keffe D offered it, according to this officer. I can't wait to hear that part of the interview. Hey, I'll hit up Zip and see what he says.
Davis come up with a plan to get leverage on Mr. Williams, Zip? What was the idea?
Me, Detective Kading, ATF Jim Black, and Keffe D, Mr. Davis, flew to New York so Mr. Davis can work undercover to try to rekindle that friendship and business relationship with Zip.
And when Mr. Davis goes in to...
You flew to New York with the cops to set up Diddy? Oh boy.
Do you remember the name of the club?
It's called the Zip Code in Harlem.
Does he in fact meet with Zip?
Zip, he did, but from what we gathered from Mr. Davis told us, he passed him off to his nephew, meaning Zip passed him off to his nephew to do business with him.
Zip wasn't saying shit.
Had cancer or something like that. He was sickly. He said he wasn't in the business no more, something like that. So it didn't work.
So he was unable to reestablish a business relationship and do a drug deal with Zip. So
I bet the streets were already talking about Keffe D being a snitch, though. So Zip, Zip being like, I'm not coming out to the club, I'm sick, I'm too old for this shit, is one thing. But I think the streets were probably already having the conversation that Keffe D was a snitch.
that you would have leverage to then talk to Zip about what Mr. Davis... I'm just confirming the information you just provided. What?
You're just confirming that the information that you just were provided is what?
I'm just confirming the information that he just testified to.
So then, overruled. You may answer.
Yes, he couldn't rekindle the relationship.
And so you come back from New York.
Yes.
Keffe D, did you enjoy your trip to New York on the Fed's dime? What hotel did they put you in? Did you get a per diem? Were you wearing a wire? Was it awesome? Did you have an awesome time? Did you drink awesome shooters? Sorry, I'll stop. But the details I want to know. Because I don't remember that shit being in his book. I remember him saying he tried to reestablish a relationship with Zip and Zip didn't want to talk to him. And Zip didn't have anything to say. I don't remember the part about him flying with the feds as a confidential, reliable informant to have that conversation. That part seems to be missing. I'm going to double check, but that part seems to be missing.
Some point, does the LAPD establish whether or not LAPD officers were involved in the murder of Mr. Wallace?
We found out that there was not any police officer involved.
And eventually, Mrs. Wallace's lawsuit is resolved.
Yes, it does.
At some point, are you directed to attend a meeting involving Wayne Higgins, Duane Davis, and Dan Long, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department investigator on Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
And on September 9th of 2009, did you in fact attend that interview?
Yes.
Y'all held the interview on 9/9/09. We got that correct? Okay.
And was that recorded?
Yes.
This morning, did you listen to portions of that to confirm that is in fact a copy of the 2009 audio recording?
Yes.
And if I approach you, I forgot this one. I'll get back to it. Showing you 111.
Chat's asking about how this is all going to go with all this coming out. Well, here's the thing. Diddy in prison. Suge Knight's in prison, different prisons. And Keffe D is going to go to a different prison. They're all in different state systems. None of them are going to end up together unless they come into court. And yes, Puffy and Suge are on the witness list. We'll see. But we'll see about this. But the Keffe D talking about Puffy in all of this has been going on for like a decade. So this isn't new. The confidential reliable informant is now confirmed, but I don't think any of this is new.
If you flip that over, take a look at it. Does that appear to be a transcript of that 2009 interview?
Yes.
Move to admit 111 and 118.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Finally, and I forgot to do this, during the conversation on December 18th of 2008, did you have some sort of chart that was put in front of Mr. Davis where he identified where people were in various vehicles?
Yes.
I'm showing you with regard
What?
to state's proposed exhibit number 147.
You wrote it down. Emily, why are you shocked he wrote it down? He wrote a whole motherfucking book. You wrote it, you outlined who was in what vehicle. What did you think was going to happen? And how did this not happen in like 2009? Or why are we here in 2026?
Is that the copy of the chart that you had prior to the December 18th, 2008?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Say it, forget it, write it, regret it. Well, I guess it was all recorded, so, you know. Keffe D is looking at this witness a little different than he's looked at some of the others, but
Thank you, sir.
Keffe, don't be mad at him. You're the one talking. You can look at him all you want. He didn't make you talk.
Cross-examination, Mr. Stift.
All right, so at the end of this witness, what do we have in evidence? We have audio recordings and transcripts of a December 18th interview, I believe, though it might have been the September 18th interview and a September 9th. Oh, no, that's right. September 18th, 2008 interview. And then there's a follow-up September 9th, 2009 interview. So the transcripts of those interviews, the recordings of those interviews, and the diagram that Keffe D made are now in evidence, and we're moving on to cross-examination.
It's 2.5 hours.
You're going to have a staring contest with them to see who blinks first?
Mr. Dupree, sorry. We had some conversations here about what you did on this case. Did you ever write any reports on this?
Sure I did, yeah.
When you say you're sure did you review any reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
I think I reviewed one report.
Which report did you review?
It was a DEA 6 passing the case over to Las Vegas Metro.
And with regard to that report, did you draft that report yourself?
Yes.
When you say it's a DEA 6, is that a form?
Yes.
Is that a form used by the DEA?
Are we going to get to talk to the person from Metro that got this passed to them? Because this LA task force can't prosecute the murder of Tupac. I wonder if there was anybody in the Fed. Well, obviously there wasn't, because you would think that the feds could try to make an argument that the Tupac and Biggie murders are connected and therefore they're crossing state lines. But it would be hard to show that they went across state lines intending to kill Tupac. It seems like the decision was made well, not super spontaneously, but made when they were there, that they didn't cross state lines with that intent, but they fled across state lines after it happened. Either way, doesn't matter. The feds didn't. It gets passed in 2009 to Vegas. And then what?
Agency, I guess, would be the Drug Enforcement Agency.
Yes.
Did you write any reports on your own with regards to what you did within the LAPD, umbrella or report writing?
I'm sure I did.
When you say you're sure did, are you telling us today that you don't know for sure what reports you wrote?
I'm saying that when you have a cold case, a lot of reports are already written. So you interview people and you do a statement on it, but the majority, this was 2006 when we started, the murders happened in 1996 and 97, so a lot of the reports were already written.
So with regards to, you're classifying this as a cold case?
Yes.
And what is a cold case to you?
It's a case that takes a long time to solve.
And with regard to the cold case, which are you talking specifically about the murder here, the murder investigation of Tupac Shakur?
I'm talking about what we classified Christopher Wallace case. I don't know if they classified Tupac a cold case at that time.
Because that's
I
not
see.
his jurisdiction.
So you were part of the task force specifically on Biggie Smalls, which is called Biggie Smalls.
Dude,
That's why we
yes.
started the task force, because of the lawsuit.
All right, and you are classifying that as the cold case.
Yes.
So all your work would have been under the Biggie Smalls investigation, not necessarily under the Tupac case that we're here for today.
Yes.
And so with regard to your actions on the Biggie Smalls case, a lot of what you're doing sort of blends into, at least some of it blends into the Tupac investigation, but that wasn't
It
your
overlaps.
investigation.
No.
That was Metro's investigation.
Yes.
Now, on the day that we're talking about here, and this would be under the recordings that you had from the 2008 Proffer. Did you set those up?
No.
Who set them up?
Probably the lead investigator, Greg Kading.
Okay, and with regards to Greg Kading, you're his partner.
In a task force configuration, you might
Not exactly.
peel off with one person more than the other, so I would say me and him did a lot of work together.
And with regards to what he is that he's also a fellow LAPD detective.
Yes.
All right. And so with regards to your being, let's say not part of the task force, were you ever his partner outside of the task force?
I met Detective Kading at Wilshire Homicide. Wilshire Homicide is the area that Christopher Wallace was actually killed in. Robbie Homicide inherited the case or took the case.
Is not the same.
They have more resources to work.
Mm-hmm. He didn't say, we're up here and you're down here. He didn't say that. He just said, I was at Robbery Homicide he was at Wilshire Homicide. Wilshire Division was the jurisdiction that this shooting happened in. However, they didn't quite have the staffing, so it went to robbery homicide. That's not surprising. Nightshade said, Emily, I'm too young. Who's Christopher Wallace? It gets confusing because that's Biggie's government. And when they refer to people by their government, it really gets confusing. So yes, that's Biggie's government. Mm-hmm.
Me and Greg worked together at Wilshire Homicide. Greg Kading started this task force, and he brought me over years later to this task force.
I see. So up until that point when he brought you over, you guys weren't partners?
No.
No.
He was working
Wilshire.
narcotics. Greg knows the narcotics FBI, DEA system very well. I didn't.
Because he was at
And
RHC.
so, in terms of your awareness about the Tupac investigation, when were you first made aware of the Tupac investigation?
Through the media.
Which makes sense, because if they want to, this makes sense that Kading's a narco guy, because the tie-in that they wanted to put some pressure on Keffe D to go talk to him was trying to tie him up in a narco case. And that's when they tied him up with, they said, a gallon of PCP and a kilo of cocaine to kind of exert some pressure, hey, we would love to chat with you. I'm sure you would like to chat with us. You've got an awful lot of drugs there, sir. So with that, you've got Kading, who's working narco. You've got this detective who's working robbery homicide. Robbery homicide originally took over the Biggie investigation from Wilshire Division. So it makes sense that we've got his full, we've got kind of a full picture of who's working on this task force. That makes sense to me, is how we end up here with Kading being involved. I don't know if Kading's going to testify. It would be a very interesting day if he does. Because the defense said in their opening, and then he stole the motherfucking case file and wrote a book about it. So I got questions. Why didn't they arrest Keffe back then? Because they couldn't arrest Keffe for anything to do with Tupac because it happened in Vegas, and they determined that he didn't have anything to do with the Biggie shooting.
You were first made aware of the Tupac investigation.
Through the media, as soon as it happened.
Right.
I mean, everybody knew about that.
Yes.
And in terms of, though, your involvement or the official, are you telling us it's at the time of the proffer that you become sort of more involved in the Tupac?
At the time that Mr. Davis offered the information that he offered is when we even thought about doing anything with Tupac.
But isn't it true, though, that you actually were more aware, that Detective Long was the Metro detective on this case as early as 2004?
I didn't start until 2006, so I just knew he was the investigator assigned to the case when I got there.
I see. So as of 2006, you would have been aware that Detective Long was the investigator from Metro?
Maybe 2006, 2007, when we decided to come out to Vegas and gather intel on the Tupac case, just for investigative reasons.
Okay. And with regards to your participation in the task force, was there a name for the task force?
Christopher Wallace Task Force.
Okay, so it's Christopher Wallace Task Force. And you first contact Mr. Davis on, looks like November 21st, 2008. Is that about right?
I don't remember the dates, but...
Okay. Now, in terms of your, you're saying, though, that your review of the evidence in preparation for today's, or your reports in preparation for today's testimony just consisted of the DEA 6 form?
Yes.
Now, at the time of November 21st, 2008, you and Greg Kading are the ones who initially contacted Mr. Davis, right? You didn't do it by yourself.
No, me and Mr. Kading.
Okay, and you basically advised him at that particular point that, you know, he was potentially looking at an indictment for narcotics. Is that right?
Something to that effect, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing this because you are targeting Mr. Davis because you believe he may have been a suspect in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, I would assume in the future, you're going to tell all of us that he was no longer a suspect in that murder, right?
That is correct.
You found information that were indicating that the car that was potentially the car used in the Biggie Smalls murder was not his vehicle, maybe somebody else was there. And there were some issues with regards to his location that he wouldn't have been the one to be the shooter in the case.
Whatever the reasons, I just know he wasn't involved in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Okay. And then with regards to your conversation with Mr. Davis, when you had that conversation at his home, you talked about being in the, I guess, the garage of his home at Rancho Cucamonga, is that what it was?
I forget the city, but it's out east.
Okay.
That's where he lived at the time.
He was
And
like,
you had at some point,
he's like, it was east of LA. Out. Rancho Cucamonga would out. It was out. It wasn't quite West Covina, but it was out there.
told him that maybe he should retain an attorney to handle the issues because he was going to be dealing with the United States Attorney Timothy Seawright. You remember having that conversation with him?
I don't think we threatened him or anything like that. We just advised him that, hey man, we got some information, we got some things that you were involved in, and we need to talk to you.
Hey man, we know about the PCP. You might want a lawyer, big dog.
So we need to meet with you, with your attorney, at the AUSA's office.
Now, at the time that you have that conversation with Mr. Davis, you advised him that not to bring his attorney, which would have been Edie Fall, to that conversation, right?
No.
You advised him to actually bring this other attorney, Wayne
What?
Higgins. That would have been a brand new attorney for Mr. Davis, correct?
No. I didn't even know Mr. Higgins at that time.
Now, in terms of your...
Keffe D disagrees. Keffe D, what do you think? You think they're rolling up here suggesting which lawyer to call? I'm going to need a little more to go on. But Keffe D disagrees. His face strongly disagrees.
This other attorney, Wayne Higgins. That would have been a brand new attorney for Mr. Davis, correct?
No. I didn't even know Mr. Higgins at that time.
Now, in terms of your, the meeting, Mr. Higgins shows up with Mr. Davis, and then there's a conversation between Mr. Higgins and Seawright regarding the proffer agreement, but that wasn't with you being present in the room, fair?
No, I wasn't
Okay.
present.
Now, you had, though, at some point being informed that there was a proffer agreement, and then there was follow-up interviews that occur as a result, right?
That's correct.
So this is just not one interview.
Yes, Chad, I know. It's really difficult that there's a lawyer involved in this named Higgins. I know. Different case, different person, same name.
This is multiple interviews.
Yes.
Now, can you tell us, for instance, how many interviews there were?
That I was involved in, the first meeting at his house in the garage, the first meeting with the AUSA, and then the meeting at Wayne Higgins. But mind you, like I told you, I flew to New York with Mr. Davis. So we were out there for 3 or 4 days.
I'm talking more about
Griffin's admiring the
Well, it's a
detective's
nice watch.
It is. I agree with you. It's a nice watch. Chad has been admiring this witness much. I'm glad you appreciated the watch. I appreciate the watch too. It's a good watch. All right. Do you want to say bye to Chad?
Bye.
Keffe D is definitely got a different expression on his face. Hey Griff, can you close that? Thank you. Has got a different expression on his face than he's had for a couple of these other witnesses. That's for sure.
specifically the actual meetings in which you're sitting down and asking questions of Mr. Davis.
He did not, in fact.
So
cause
that
it.
would be the initial meeting with United States Attorney Seawright in the room. And then the second meeting was, I'm sorry, at what time?
That was with Mr. Higgins at his office on Wilshire Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken.
Jay McCarthy in the chat asked, is Keffe D amused and laughing at the detective or his lawyer? No, I don't think he's amused. The body language I'm getting is, are you for fucking real, man? That's some bullshit right there. You know that's not how this went. That's the body language I'm getting for him. It doesn't mean it's authentic. But that's what it's the, I can't believe you're saying this right now. Are you really saying this shit to my face? That's the body language I'm getting. That's the smirk. That's the laughing. That you gotta be fucking shitting me. That's how I'm reading it.
Okay, would that be October or December 18th?
2008.
2008.
Yes.
Do you recall actually being involved in a meeting or being knowledgeable of a meeting that took place on December 1st, 2008?
No.
How about a meeting that took place on January 7th, 2009?
I don't recall. No.
How about another meeting that occurred on February 11th, 2009?
I don't recall any of those dates.
Okay.
I just remember the three that we dealt with.
Right. And once again, you're refreshing your recollection off of a DEA 6 form, correct?
No, I'm refreshing my recollection off of my recollection.
30 years later?
That's right. And about 20 murder trials
Right,
of my own.
which is amazing. Good
It's
job.
not amazing, just doing my job.
But let's just make sure we're clear. I want to make sure.
Counsel, this man was a fairly young LAPD detective in the 90s working robbery homicide. He remembers this shit. He said, "How did you know about the investigation of Tupac?" "Well, I knew it when it happened." "Hey, why did they bring you in on this?" "Well, I knew a bit about," I think he said the hip hop industry. He might have said the rap industry. Counsel, he remembers that shit. But okay, if you want to get snarky with him, sure. But counsel, he would not be the only person in LA that was alive during this time that remembers all of this shit going down. So how do you remember? I remember. Did he say record industry? Fair. How do you remember? I remember. That's how he remembers.
And about 20 murder trials
Right,
of my own.
which is amazing. Good
It's
job.
not amazing, just doing my job.
But let's just make sure we're clear.
Good job. It's a
I
bit
want to make sure this
patronizing.
jury understands that you're refreshing recollection off of a DEA 6 form.
No, I told you the DA6 form that I saw this morning was transferring the case from the DEA to Las Vegas Metro. That's all that's it this morning.
All right, so this is all purely off of your recollection from 30
Off the
years ago.
dome.
Well, 17, 18 years ago when we got it. The
Okay.
case was 30 years ago. But
Right.
we had it in 2006.
And 20 murder trials later,
That's right.
you're refreshed. Okay,
right.
so let's keep going through it. So your testimony here is that at the time of the meeting on December 18th, 2008, you were present for that meeting.
Yes.
And the other people that were present for that meeting was Detective Katie,
Yes.
LAPD Detective William Holcomb,
Just got a whole roll call.
FBI Special Agent Bennett,
Well, now we know Holcomb was LAPD because the prosecutor didn't ask that. So that's helpful.
Yes. I didn't mention him, but he was there. Yes.
okay? And then was anybody else there present?
Mr. Davis and Mr. Higgins.
And then outside of those, was anybody from the United States Attorney's Office present?
At the first one in 2008, I think, not in 2009. For sure, not 2009. I can say that.
Okay, but I want to make sure we're precise for this jury.
Okay.
On
Roll
December
the tape.
18, 2008,
You want to be precise? Just roll the tape. Roll the tape. Because at the beginning of the interview, it should say, okay, so we're sitting at location, date, and time. This is everybody who's present. But he's also not trying to get the information. He's questioning this witness's memory.
was the United States Attorney present for that meeting?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, the recording that had occurred, and the one that you've introduced into evidence in this case, was that a recording to which Mr. Davis or his attorney knew about?
Which one, 2008 or 2009?
2008.
2008? I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't know it was being recorded either.
Sure. And with regards to the FBI special agent that was there, are you aware of what's called a 302?
Yes.
What is a 302?
It's a report, information report that they write out, kind of like the DEA-6, kind of.
Yeah. And then in terms of how the 302 works is they don't actually record information with a recorder. They actually just write things down into the 302, right?
That's correct.
In this particular case, was Special Agent Bennett aware that there was a recording?
I have no idea.
Now, in addition to that, on March 9th, you had said that something that he was, I guess, activated as a confidential informant. So I think it's around that time period, right? Of 2009. Between what
Did the
time
witness
periods did
answer?
Mr. Davis give information to LAPD as a confidential informant? Do you remember?
I don't remember how many times we met or how many times I was involved in speaking to him. But it's just those 3 times, the first time in his garage, 2008, 2009, and then when we went to New York. That's all my dealings with Mr. Davis was, that I can remember.
Okay. Now, the December 2008 proffer that you were part of, did you verify any of the information?
That Mr. Davis told us?
Yeah.
We were trying to verify as much as we could.
Okay,
That's
well,
why we-
tell us the efforts, no, I'm sorry. Can you tell this jury the efforts that you made to verify the information that he gave you?
I imagine this will happen with both this interview and the next one because we saw the defense asking the same questions of the last witness.
In 2008.
Flying to New York to try to get the relationship with Zip, Mr. Martin, because he was involved here in Vegas with the murder and the large sum of money that was supposed to be given to Mr. Martin to give to Mr. Davis. So that's why we flew to New York, to try to get that whole thing going.
Right. And based upon your efforts in New York, were you able to verify that any of that information to be true?
No.
Now, in addition to that, there was other information that Mr. Davis gave up in 2008 in December. Did you verify any of that other information to be true?
I don't think any other.
That was a pretty quick no. Did you verify anything? No. Which goes right to the defense theory of the case. The defense theory of the case is my guy's a bullshitter. He says some bullshit. They didn't even verify this was true. My dude could have been bullshitting nonstop. It's one way to go.
Information that he gave us was anything except the murder of Tupac.
Sure. Did you at any point verify, for instance, the people that he identified in the vehicle?
No.
They were all dead by
You are
then.
aware, of course, that some of the people that he had identified in the vehicle were still alive in 2008, right?
One was.
Who was that?
That was Terrence Brown.
Okay.
Oh, so you did
ever
verify. One was
that
still alive.
Terrence Brown was in Las Vegas at the time of the murder?
He never got a chance to.
Why not?
As I said, our first course of action was to tie in Mr. Combs, the money, and work back from there.
So you fly to New York, it's a bust, you fly back, and then you never follow up on what happens with regards to Mr. Brown?
Not.
Chat, why would they not have followed up on all of this? Why would they not have followed up on all of this? They weren't investigating the murder of Tupac. They were investigating the murder of Biggie. So they were trying to pull the threads that would lead them to more information on the murder of Biggie. Puffy was one of those threads. But the rest of the Tupac stuff is not their thread. So they were pulling on the most likely thread to get them to what might have happened in the murder of Biggie, not the Tupac investigation. It's good questions from the defense. The defense doesn't have a ton to work with because his client just keeps talking. But you guys didn't verify anything.
Well, I didn't.
You're part of the task force.
Yes.
Do you know if anybody else on the task force verified that information, that Mr. Brown was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting?
No.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the type of scenario that Mr. Davis is in, right? He's being targeted as a potential suspect in a Biggie Smalls murder. You develop information about him being a drug dealer, right?
Yeah.
And you had said, I think how much time is he looking at? Life sentence?
I think so, yes.
Right, pretty heavy sentence, right?
Yes.
And so you had also targeted the idea, though, that it wasn't
He
just
didn't
him
get a life sentence.
moving some large amount. It was people coming into his house, potentially his family. People could be arrested. His friends, for instance, that was part of that, and they all could go to prison, right?
I will say this. Mr. Davis took the hit for a lot of people in his family and his kids, his wife. But That's why he did a lot of the stuff he did, I will say that.
And I appreciate you saying that. And so,
And that's what the defense is getting at. And that's part of why Keffe D wrote his book. Keffe D wrote his book saying, I'm not just out here snitching. I'm protecting people. He's saying, I'm not a snitch. I'm a shield. I'm a shield. I went down so that nobody else would. That's what he says in his book. So interesting stuff.
in essence, he said, okay, this is all on me. I will take the hit for the family.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the way that you recall how he describes what happens and so forth, you had mentioned that he's in the car, he drives up next to the other car, and then he gives the gun to the back seat because he was going to do the shooting, and then he gives it to somebody else, and then I guess it was Dre said, no, I can't do it, and then Orlando fires the gun.
Yes.
Okay. So the four individuals that in the car would have been Mr. Davis, and then Mr. Brown,
Driver.
and then Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Orlando Anderson.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you, at some point, these people come back to Compton, right? Were there any, as far as you know, did anyone attempt to kill Orlando for being the shooter in the vehicle of Tupac Shakur?
I don't know if anyone tried to kill Mr. Anderson, but a lot of other people got shot and killed.
Sure.
A lot of people got shot.
And so what other people that you recall were being shot and killed?
I don't have the list of people who, I know Darnell Graham got shot, and then an 11-year-old girl got shot. Off the top of my head, I can remember those two. It was war. Compton's, 10 square miles, and all of these people know each other from growing up. It was people standing, they were hiding out, walking the streets.
But in terms of the four that's in the vehicle, was Mr. Smith shot?
No, not that I know of.
And what about the other person, Mr. Besides Mr. Davis?
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Not that I know of, no.
And then with regards to Mr. Davis, was he shot at?
No, not that I know of.
And once again, this idea is,
Interesting.
we're talking about...
He's like, look, we didn't, if they thought they all did it and everybody's getting shot, why didn't they all get shot? He did say they're hiding out, but why didn't they all get shot? So, chat, I'm not saying I think Keffe D is a shield. I'm saying that Keffe D sees himself that way, and that's how he put it in his book. That's part of why he wrote his book, but he was hiding out. They already talked about that. He left Compton.
Very compact area of Las Vegas, 10 by 10 miles, multiple blood and Crip gangs just encroached upon one another, right? It's basically like a powder keg.
Street by street.
Right. And in terms of retribution, pretty clear this would be an immediate thing because Tupac Shakur was shot and killed.
Yes.
And Death Row Records, as a member of the mob Pyru, would have been definitely out the blood on
but
that.
okay.
Yes.
But none of those four individuals were shot at.
No, not that I know of.
Yeah. And in fact, just to make
good
sure I'm clear,
questions.
Orlando Anderson was actually shot and killed probably about a year and a half later, right?
Unrelated, yes.
Yes, and it was unrelated, meaning that the people that he got into a gunfight with was actually other Crips,
Yes.
right? And it was over money, as far as you can recall.
Yes.
It's a good point. Okay, if everybody's getting murdered and everybody's getting retaliated against, why did they not die? Fair question.
Now, there was some discussion, are you aware of a person by the name of Darnell Brim?
Yes.
Darnell Brim is, and I think there was some discussion about, there was two different sets in the South Side Crips.
Yes.
One set was the Burr Street set,
Correct?
and that would be Burr Street where Mr. Davis lived on,
Yes.
as well as members of his family and so forth, right?
Yes.
The other set was the set that Darnell Brim was in charge of.
From what I hear. I never worked Compton PD, but from what I hear, yes.
Okay. And with regards to Mr. Brim, he was killed pretty much immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
Mr. Brim is still alive as far as I know.
Oh, you're right. He was shot though, right?
He was shot.
And then he went to prison for some unrelated matter, something to do with drugs.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of Mr. Brim, was there ever a conversation with Mr. Brim to determine or have questions asked with regards to Tupac Shakur?
When we started, again, I started in 2006.
He's like, we're on the Biggie task force in 2006. Because Biggie, the car involved in the Biggie shooting was the Impala. Keffe D had an Impala. Keffe D's Impala got impounded. The name on everybody's lips is Roxy, is Keffe D. So we started there and we went back to the Tupac murder to have some context before we started jamming up Keffe D to ask him questions about the Biggie murder. Right.
Questions would have been initially asked of Mr. Brim when he was shot in 96, 97. Those types of things we could have gotten to, but like I said, our first course of action was to solidify where the money came from. If Mr. Combs was involved, and was Mr. Davis telling the truth about being paid for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
And outside of that, any additional sort of boots in the ground discussions or investigation in Compton was handled by somebody else?
The initial, the preliminary.
Right.
And if we would have gotten to that, we probably would have talked to people, but I'm sure that they were talked to already. This is on a Fed level trying to get a RICO case against people. Okay, this is a whole different level of Compton.
Sure.
This is FBI, ATF, DEA.
Right.
This is trying to solidify that Death Row Records and
Bad Boy
was built on narcotics and Bad Boy Records. Now, you don't understand this, but I'm from the hood. Everybody knows it was.
The defense is letting this witness explain what everybody believed, and that's that the feds were trying to build a RICO case on Bad Boy and on Death Row Records. They didn't get there, but the feds aren't trying to build a murder case. The feds are, of course, trying to build a RICO case. Why? A, it's easier for them to go after, generally. And there's federal forfeiture. Lots and lots of federal forfeiture. There's lots and lots of money to go after. And there's lots of people to go after. And there's lots of people. If you start putting together an organized RICO case, there's a lot of people that are going to flip and flip and flip and flip. So they were trying to go after the labels. That's where the money is. If the labels are the top of this, that's where the money is. I'm ready for him to explain. He's like, look, counsel, I'm from the hood. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you what. I want to hear it.
I'm sure that they were talked to.
Tell me,
already.
detective.
This is on a Fed level trying to get a RICO case against people. Okay, this is a whole different level of Compton.
Sure.
This is FBI, ATF, DEA. This is trying to solidify that Death Row Records and was built on narcotics and Bad Boy Records. Now, you don't understand this, but I'm from the hood. Everybody knows it was. Okay? Everybody knows that those record companies were started with the sales of narcotics. So the feds were looking at a RICO. We cared about the murders. So this was chasing the money. This was chasing Sean Combs to see if he was involved.
Yep.
With, the hit on Mr. Shakur.
And so
feds are always chasing the
once
money.
you determine that, he's given information.
Look, the streets have been talking about this for as long as this has happened. This is not new information. And this defendant has talked about it. Others involved in this have talked about it. But it's crazy to me to hear the confirmation from a witness on the stand that was part of the Biggie task force saying, look, they wanted to go after the record labels because they believed the record labels were built on drug money. And in the RICO case, how would they pull the murders into the RICO case? They wouldn't be prosecuting the murders in the RICO case. They would use the murders to show that these were organizations that were protecting their drug empire and their music empire. And murder was one of the crimes that they were committing to protect that. The murders would have become one of the underlying acts showing that these were organized criminal organizations. Yes, Emily, but these were criminal organizations. So it doesn't surprise me that the LAPD officer who works robbery homicide is more concerned about, can we prosecute somebody for this murder, please? And the feds are like, I mean, we can talk about the murder in the RICO case. Let's go after the RICO case. But it's wild to hear the confirmation that the feds were actually looking at both Death Row and Bad Boy. And it seems that they never stopped looking at Bad Boy, but that the feds were looking at both RICO, or the feds were looking at RICO cases on both Bad Boy records and Death Row records. It's wild to hear the confirmation of that. Notice it's not the Fed on the stand that's saying it, though. Absolutely wild. Well, that Fed I don't think was involved in this time. Absolutely wild.
Not because of Biggie Smalls, but rather because of Shakur. You never once reached out to Metro at that time to say, hey, Las Vegas, you guys are the ones in charge of this murder. Come down to have an interview with Davis?
The decisions were, again, way above
Not theirs.
my pay grade. And our command staff, whoever made that decision to keep it in-house and for us to handle it on the Fed level, because it would have spread all the way to Las Vegas and not notify Las Vegas Metro at that time, wasn't my decision.
I see. So had to been somebody up the chain, maybe even the United States Attorney.
Oh, it definitely would have been the feds and the AUSA.
That's not your call to make.
No, I'm just a soldier.
Right. I appreciate that. Now, in addition to that, sir, your in terms of the information we're talking about here, at some point your other LAPD detective leaves the LAPD. Greg Cady.
Yes. In 2011.
We going to talk about that?
And in 2011, I believe he publishes a book.
Yes.
And that book is called Murder Rap.
Yes.
Did you read that book?
Parts of it.
All right. And fair to say, of course, is that...
Did you read Keffe D's book? Did you read Keffe D's book? Also, Labyrinth was written about this too. Did you read that? Do we have a whole book club? Do you want to be part of our book club? The chat would love if you were part of our book club. A detective. We have questions. Read part of the book. All right.
If you saw something in the book that was not accurate, you probably tell Greg Cady, like, hey, this is not accurate, this is not right.
Nope.
I wouldn't tell him nothing. That's his version.
I wouldn't tell him nothing.
Right. Okay, so it's his version of events. You would have been like, okay, this is not right about what I did. I'm just going to leave it alone because that's what Greg Cady interpreted it to be.
No. I'm saying I was on the Los Angeles Police Department, still in charge of the Biggie Smalls case by myself. And whatever came from any books that were written, it was my responsibility to make sure that everybody was okay if they were outed in that book. So.
Oh, shit. Greg bounced and wrote the book. He just said, I'm still on the Biggie task force, trying to make sure that everyone who spoke to us, who just got blown up on the street, is okay. Oh, shit. Well, that explains why he's like, I didn't tell him nothing. And yes, I read part of the book. Why? Because I needed to make sure that the people who were talking to us weren't getting murdered for talking to us, because he went and put that shit out there. Damn.
He did what he wanted to.
Right. Okay, so it's his version of events. You would have been like, okay, this is not right about what I did. I'm just going to leave it alone because that's what Greg Cady interpreted it to be.
No. I'm saying I was on the Los Angeles Police.
I'm going to back that up. The I wouldn't tell him nothing takes on a little bit more context. I'm going to back that up a little bit more.
Parts of it.
All right. And fair to say, of course, is that if you saw something in the book that was not accurate, you probably tell Greg Cady, like, hey, this is not accurate, this is not right.
I wouldn't tell him nothing. That's his version. He did what he wanted to.
Right. Okay,
Damn.
so it's his version of events. You would have been like, okay, this is not right about what I did. I'm just going to leave it alone because that's what Greg Cady interpreted it to be.
No. I'm saying I was on the Los Angeles Police Department, still in charge of the Biggie Smalls case by myself. And whatever came from any books that were written, it it was my responsibility to make sure that everybody was okay if they were outed in that book. So I'm not going to tell another man what he should and shouldn't do as far as writing a book. If you want to write a book, write a book. If it comes back my way and I got to investigate something you said, then I'll do that.
So this individual, Greg Kading.
That was a very judicious answer, detective, because it sounds to me like, here, let me just, first of all, that was a rude pause for defense. Sorry, defense. Let me just fix that a little bit. So I hope defense gets into this a bit more. But at the beginning of the task force, Kading brings in this detective and is like, hey, come work this task force with me. Kading bounces. The task force is still ongoing. It's now 2011. They've been working this shit since 2006. The feds want to build a RICO case. They're interested in the murder case. And then you got the Tupac stuff in Vegas. Kading bounces. The defense has alleged that he stole the entire case file and put it all out there. I'm sure we'll get to more on that later. We're going to put a pin in that. I'm sure we'll get to more on that later. And then Kading writes a book putting out their entire investigation while the task force is still ongoing, while people are still alive, and dude's still left in charge of the task force to clean up the hornet's nest that Kading just shook up and rolled out into the street. That's a judicious answer of I was left cleaning up a literal shit show. But that's why I didn't tell him nothing. Interesting. I'm dying to hear all the follow-up on this.
Then I'll do that.
So this individual, Greg Kading, leaves LAPD and takes the Tupac file with him?
From what I hear, something to that effect.
Meaning he stole the file?
Something to that effect.
Now, in addition to that, he also took the Biggie file, right?
Don't let him, I need more answers on that, because he was still on that task force. Where'd the file go? But if they're digital, damn.
From what I hear, something to that effect.
Meaning he stole the file?
Something to that effect.
Now, in addition to that, he also took the Biggie file, right, with him when he left?
From what I hear, I've never seen him, but that's what I hear.
Okay.
Did
and
you
with regards to the recording that we're talking about here, that recording was a recording that he...
Detective, you are moving a lot. You are moving a lot. I want to hear more about this from what I hear, because I imagine that he didn't remove the file so they didn't have one, that he copied it, downloaded it, whatever. He's like, I've never talked to him again. That says a lot, doesn't it? Normally when people part on good terms, they continue to have conversations even after somebody leaves. He's not answering more on the stand chat because he's a trained law enforcement officer and he doesn't have firsthand knowledge of it, which is why he's saying from what I hear, because he's never talked to Greg Kading about it, so he doesn't know. And he's on the stand under oath. I imagine if you ask him what his impression is, he might have a different answer, but he can't talk about that because he's testifying under oath. His face is giving how he feels about that. Same with all the movement.
Published, at least brought it out to the public, not you.
You will never see me.
This is getting spicy.
Something to that effect.
Now, in addition to that, he also took the Biggie file, right, with him when he left.
From what I hear, I've never seen him, but that's what I hear.
Okay. And with regards to the recording that we're talking about here, that recording was a recording that he published, at least brought it out to the public, not you.
You will never see me on a podcast, a book, nothing like that.
Yeah.
So, and you never have.
Now, in terms of, though, just your understanding and, being in LA and so forth, Greg Kading has made appearances on podcasts and other things as well, right?
Yes.
And also that would be with documentaries.
Kading's kept himself quite busy on the media circuit, hasn't he?
Yes.
But at least you're still abiding by the rules and that kind of thing. You would never do that.
I stick to the code. Okay, I'm abide by the streets. You're not going to see me on there telling about what somebody else did. This is the only time you're going to see me talking about what somebody did, sitting in this chair.
And I appreciate that, sir.
Stick to the motherfucking code. Stick to the code. Stick to the code. I am not going to say nothing about nothing unless I have a subpoena and I am sitting in court. Look, there are so many stories to explain this. Everyone has their different experiences, but throughout my work, most of the people I ran across, when they had to come in as witnesses or they had to come in as defendants, if you treated them like a person, they're like, I do what I do, you do what you do. They do what they do. If cops made it personal with people, then they had a problem with them. But if cops were up and up and like, hey man, you know I can't just let this go. They're like, you do what you do, I do what I do. If they did things above board, they generally didn't have problems. If they weren't doing things above board, then they would have problems. But if they weren't making it personal, they were treating people like people, a lot of it was really just, you do you, I do me. You got your job, I got my job. And a lot of them didn't have a problem. I understand exactly where this guy's coming from. He's like, I just do my job. I'm not making it personal. I just do my job. Yeah.
By the rules and that kind of thing. You would never do that.
I stick to the code. Okay, I'm abide by the streets. You're not gonna see me on there telling about what somebody else did. This is the only time you're gonna see me talking about what somebody did, sitting in this chair.
And I appreciate that, sir.
Okay. Other than that, you'll never see me doing that.
Okay. And with regards to your participation though in the interview.
So would you say that Greg Kading is doing too much? How do you feel about that? Can you give us all of your opinions?
During the time period that you're hearing Mr. Davis talk about these things, were you aware at all that he was recommended that this other attorney step in for his attorney E.D. Falls and basically have this conversation?
No, to my knowledge from the media, I thought E.D. Falls would have been his attorney. So I don't know anything about that. Again, that was way above my, whatever I was doing there. I don't know who made that decision. I never talked to Mr. Davis. I didn't know Mr. Higgins at that point.
Okay.
So.
Were you aware that when Metro was finally notified?
Yes.
When was that?
The 2009 interview.
Yes, sir. Did you make that call to Metro?
Chain of command. Somebody upstairs called Vegas when we disbanded our unit. Our case was going back to our DA. Las Vegas Metro, they were going to take over their case.
So the task force is getting disbanded. They turn over what they've found to the powers that be, and that's when they turned over stuff to Las Vegas Metro.
So somebody in our chain of command reached out to somebody in Metro, I guess, and said, hey, we got some information for you. Somebody needs to talk to you about Tupac. I knew Detective Dan Long. It trickled all the way down to us. Either he called me or I called him and set up the interview.
Did you tell Detective Long when he appeared here in LA for the interview with Mr. Davis that he had given a proffer in 2008?
Yes, I think he was aware of what we had. Unfortunately, he was aware of what we had done to that point, yes.
Meaning that you had a conversation with him, say, hey, by the way, there was a proffer in place in 2008. Here's the information.
I'm sure I did. I don't recall if I told him immediately or whatever, but he was aware that we had been dealing with Mr. Davis.
So, and once again, that proffer agreement between you, the government, or, the various people of the task force plus Mr. Davis, up until that point, there was no violation of that agreement, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Right, meaning that, for instance, Mr. Davis didn't do anything that would say, hey, you violated the terms of this agreement.
No, I never used that term with him, no.
Right, but at the same time, your higher-ups felt at this particular point, give the information that you just learned about Mr. Davis from 2008, give that to Metro, right?
Yes.
And once again, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to forget this question, you didn't verify anything outside of the P. Diddy potential payment That was the part of that you were looking at.
Yes.
So everything else would have been going back to Detective Long to do his investigation in Las Vegas about the information given to him by Mr. Davis?
I mean, he was going to be aware of that, yes.
Okay. But once again,
But that was already out, a possibility. Just hearing Mr. Davis say it kind of solidified it, that we need to look more into
Right.
this part of it.
He was
Instead of it just
confirming what
being
we thought.
Tupac getting killed.
He was confirming the
Death row.
rumors.
In Southside, they were involved.
yeah, but I think we're here for a slightly different purpose. We're in Las Vegas, and we just want to know what facts were presented or at least established with regards to the situation. You're telling me Detective Long would have been one to verify whether Mr. Brown was here in Las Vegas, whether any of the other individuals in the vehicle that was represented to you was actually here in Las Vegas to establish that, right? That was his job, not yours.
Yeah, on the murder.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Now, there were some activity that happened in Compton. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You weren't part of any of the investigations in Compton with regards to the gang issues and so forth. You weren't part of that.
No.
That would have been somebody else from Compton.
Compton and Metro and whoever else.
Okay. Just have one.
Yeah. Court's indulgence, sure.
I'm sure his client might have some questions. Interesting stuff. I'm interested in what Redirect has to say as
Your Honor,
well.
I pass the witness. Thank you.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Juckman?
Just briefly,
And we've got some redirect. All of you are like, wait, so you're telling me this detective doesn't have a group chat where he just talks about all the cases he's working on? Correct. I don't get the sense that I get the sense that this detective goes home and it's like, how was work? Good. And that's the end of that conversation. So yeah, not Canton.
brought up the fact that Mr. Davis said that basically Sean Puffy Combs solicited the murder of Suge and Tupac during the course of that conversation.
Yeah.
Did he tell you where that conversation occurred?
It's a deli called Greenblatt's, still there on Sunset in Hollywood in Los Angeles.
If he never
Loves the
provides
deli.
that portion
Greenblatt's
of
is good
the
too.
information, what
So is Cantor's. Greenblatt's on Sunset and Wilshire. That's where that conversation took place.
jurisdiction would LA have to be investigating a homicide that occurred in Las Vegas? None? So it was that piece of information which provided LAPD jurisdiction to even be looking at this murder.
You could say that. But like I said, on the Fed case with the RICO, that would have got incorporated into the RICO, the murder anyway, and that's what we were looking at. But yes, that's where
Right.
it started, so you can use that also.
And so you were unable to confirm through Zip the Puffy Combs angle of the case. At some point, your
I don't think he
agency
said that.
said, hey, we got to tell Vegas what we've been doing.
Yes.
And at that point, Dan Long comes down, and you are in a room with Dan Long, Mr. Davis, his lawyer, and there's a conversation that occurs.
That's correct.
At that time, the only person left alive in the vehicle was Terrence Bubble Up Brown, right?
Yes.
Well, and Davis. Counsel.
Mr. Brown.
And the counsel, if you forget the defendant, what the defense is trying to prove is that Keffe D wasn't in that car. So if you're saying the only one alive in that car is Terrence Bubble Up Brown, you're missing one. He's sitting at the other end of the table. Counsel.
Brown was a resident of LA, correct?
Correct.
And was there at least a discussion between you and Dan, hey, if Mr. Brown ever gets himself into some real trouble, maybe we'll have some leverage to talk to Mr. Brown?
Yes.
And then unfortunately, Mr. Brown got killed as well.
Yes.
And so the last person alive in the vehicle is Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
Oh, there we go.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Sampt?
Okay, so what investigation with Mr. Brown have we talked about? You wouldn't be
He
able to
just
verify
said.
information about where he was, whether or not he was in Las Vegas, right? You're saying? You, with Mr. Brown?
We wouldn't be able to?
Yeah.
We could have, I guess.
Right.
We would have got to that, yeah.
Sure. And with regard to that, you didn't make that effort while he was still alive. And would it be fair to say, of course, that even if someone had passed, that you would still need to verify what Mr. Davis said to you, regardless of whether or not the person's passed or not?
We would have to verify everything.
Right.
And like I said, the start of it was Sean Puffy Combs, so that's where we started. And
Sure.
that's it.
And your focus is a little different, but in terms of the actual murder of Tupac Shakur, information with regards to, these other individuals in the car, that would have been given to Metro to handle here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Good
State, anything
recross.
course.
Succinct. Did the jury say they had questions?
Yes, one follow-up.
Oh, the prosecution has a follow-up.
In your
Redirect
34 years,
part
20 homicide trials, ever made a case on a guy confessing to a homicide?
Yeah, I've had a couple confessions. Yeah.
When you were,
I think this is outside the scope. I'm curious to see where the prosecution's going, but I think this is outside the scope of recross.
talking to Mr. Davis and he's telling you what he's telling you, did you have reason to doubt his version of events
I mean, I guess that's how.
as it relates to the homicide itself?
I didn't think Mr. Davis was lying because he put the gun in his nephew's hand. And if anybody knows anything, from what I hear, Mr. Orlando Anderson was the man besides Keffe D in that neighborhood. He was the prince, and his family loved him. I didn't think that Mr. Davis would put the gun in his own nephew's hand,
If that's not true.
dead or alive, and put that smut on him unless it was true. The person that killed Tupac, well, in the neighborhood, he's a hero. In the world, he's a villain. So I didn't think Mr. Davis,
Wow.
me personally, would do that unless it was true with his own nephew. Because I know he loved his nephew. They all loved Orlando.
And so that particular
Welp. Did you think Keffe D was lying? He put the gun in his nephew's hand. So based on his work experience, he's explaining to you how he walked through the thought process of whether what Keffe D is telling him is the truth or not. That is powerful testimony. And that comes from his very long time in robbery homicide, but also from talking with Keffe D back and forth. That is testimony that I think we will hear again in closing arguments.
I didn't think Mr. Davis was lying because he put the gun in his nephew's hand. And if anybody knows anything, from what I hear, Mr. Orlando Anderson was the man besides Keffe D in that neighborhood. He was the prince, and his family loved him. I didn't think that Mr. Davis would put the gun in his own nephew's hand, dead or alive, and put that smut on him unless it was true. The person that killed Tupac, well, in the neighborhood, he's a hero. In the world, he's a villain. So I didn't think Mr. Davis, me personally, would do that unless it was true with his own nephew. Because I know he loved his nephew. They all loved Orlando.
And so that particular fact, knowing the culture, and now it's 2008. I mean, it's you. let me ask you this. Was Tupac Shakur larger than life after death?
Yes.
You were going to work life after death in there somewhere, weren't you, counsel? Counsel was going to work life after death in this trial somewhere. It was happening no matter what. Well, there it is, counsel. What year was it that Tupac was at Coachella via hologram? Right.
But had he would have been legendary if he lived.
And in 2008, he's
still legendary.
He is legendary at that point.
But he's dead.
And if it gets out that Mr. Davis has said his nephew pulled the trigger, would there be consequences for his neighborhood?
I mean, just the way it looks, him being a hero, meaning Tupac to the world, and then this gang, like I said, in the streets, in his hood, Orlando wasn't looked at that, but people are going to always say the Southsiders, the ones who killed Tupac, Nipsey Hussle, all these people who were like that, that's what comes with that. Now, you could wear a badge and act like it's something in your hood, but in the world, that's not a good thing to be, remembered as or thought of as a person that killed Tupac, even though what happened to Mr. Orlando Anderson wasn't right.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Oh, defense attorney's already standing up. That was a great redirect. Holy shit. Well, the witnesses are saying everything. That suspicious too said he didn't put the gun in his nephew's hand. He testified that he gave it to Dre. That's suspicious. I completely understand where you're coming from. This witness was not talking about literally. He was talking about Keffe D's statements. Keffe D's statements were that Orlando Anderson shot Tupac. So when the detective's testifying, he's saying he would not tell us that his nephew had the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. He would not put that gun in his hand through his statements if it weren't true. But he did say he gave the gun to Dre. Dre froze. Orlando Anderson took the gun and shot. But it's two different meanings of put the gun in his hand. Hopefully that helps. That was wild. I'm real interested to see what defense has to say.
Anything further based on that?
Yes, So,
all right, back to recross.
You go to Mr. Davis because he's the target of Biggie Smalls' murder.
Yes.
You interview him, and at some point in the future, you determine that Mr. Davis is not involved in Biggie Smalls' murder.
Yes.
While you're in the room showing him
where it happened,
the information that you have about the drug aspect of it, a life sentence potentially, and everyone in his family or people in his family and friends potentially getting all in the middle of that with all kinds of problems, right? He decides to take the hit, as like you said, right? And instead of saying, hey, I don't have anything about Biggie Smalls, which you now have confirmed, he had nothing to do with Biggie Smalls, so he had no information. He says, I actually have information, and Orlando Anderson is one of those people, right? And at the time he says it, Orlando's actually dead, right? And people in the community of Compton had all had this sort of thing going on that potentially Orlando Anderson was involved in the murder of Tupac, correct?
Correct.
So that information was available to Mr. Davis when he gave you that information, right?
Yes.
But once again, you were targeted for Biggie Smalls, and there was no information that would say he was involved in Biggie Smalls, so he couldn't give you any of that information, right? No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't know if that helped at all.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo? I've lost track of how many redirects we're on, so.
Sorry.
All right, you're okay, guys. Any questions from the jury? Looking at that side of the box? No? Okay.
No questions from the jury.
We do have one. Okay.
One question from the jury.
We have a few.
Just because it seems to be getting a little confused in chat, we're not talking about Dr. Dre. We're talking about another Andre who was driving the vehicle. Today, as we sit here, everyone else in the vehicle that Keffe D is supposedly in is dead, except for Keffe D. I mean, he does say in his book, I know I'm harping on it, the photo of him on the back of his book says the last living eyewitness to Tupac's murder is telling his story. So that's where we start with this. So different Dre. I know there's a lot of overlap with who's famous and who's just street names, not Dr. Dre. All right, I'm going to zoom because they're going to talk about the jury question before they pose it to the witness. Oh,
One of our jurors for you.
jury question.
For clarity, would you say the feds were more worried about the bigger fish and the whole puzzle rather than the pieces, being you had the information from Keffe and didn't need to put it together?
Yes, they were worried about the bigger picture, but this is 2006 and the smaller types of investigations on both cases had already been run to ground. You needed to come with a different type of investigation to try to see if you can get it. So that's why Detective Kading, the LAPD, that's why he brought in the FBI, ATF, DEA, other agencies to all help to try to solve both cases. Once we found out what Mr. Davis had said. It was Biggie Smalls at first, and then it went to Tupac Shakur.
So why did Vegas sit on it so long?
Okay. Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DeJoffman?
I'm so
Any follow-up
curious.
questions based on that, Mr. Sanft?
No.
Okay. You faked us out again. All right. You are free to go. Thank you so much, Mr. Dupree.
The judge was like, you faked us out. Well, thank you, Mr. Dupree.
Your Honor, one quick thing before the witness leaves.
Oh.
May we approach?
If you want to just have him wait in the hall, or do you want him to wait?
If you can just be back on the stand for a second.
Oh, okay.
One more thing before the witness leaves. Keffe D is just shaking his head over there. All right, they have approached at sidebar. We're going to zoom past the sidebar.
Ordered not to in this case, but it would be okay to.
All right, hold
Mr.
on.
Dupree, as you discussed earlier with the parties.
I want to hear what she's advising him of.
Mr. Dupree, as you discussed earlier with the parties, you may be subject to recall in this case, but it would be okay to do it via Zoom. If you could refrain from, you're ordered not to discuss your testimony with anyone else in this case until you are released from that potential recall. Okay, thank you. You are now.
So they're just making sure that he's still subject to subpoena.
RICO.
Sorry, Your Honor, for the freeze. So just making sure that he is still subject to his subpoena. He may be subject to recall. He may be recalled as a witness. So still sequestration, still need to be available.
All right, State, what did you want to present next?
Well, we're going to start the 2008 statement, so we fill up the rest of the day.
Okay.
But we have at least one witness tomorrow, so we'll call that witness tomorrow and then probably continue on the rest of the day with the rest of the statement.
Oh, no.
Does it make sense then? All right.
Does it make, unless the court wants us to call the witness tomorrow at 1 and then start the statements. I
think that might make the most sense.
There's just more time in the statements than there is in the day tomorrow. So we still don't
If we
finish
play
it.
the half hour today, will that finish it out tomorrow?
It all depends on Mr. Sam's cross of the witness.
Well, Your Honor, Your Honor, there's two statements, right? I think we can definitely play one of the statements after the witness tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we have a subsequent statement. We're also playing that we introduced through Mr. Dupree. So.
And none of them will finish in the half hour. That's 35 minutes we have left.
That's
correct.
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to have the jury. I'm just going to have the jury leave a little bit early today. We'll have them back at 1 o'clock tomorrow. All right. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else
All right,
on
we're
any
done for the
subject
day.
connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
And that's the end of the day. We'll see if they put anything else on the record. Court is starting again at 1 p.m. tomorrow to accommodate the court's docket. This is a struggle of an active. This is a struggle of an active working court, trying to get your docket done, trying to get trial done, and trying to have enough time for both. We have seen a lot of courts that are not handling a docket while they're handling trial. This is not one of those courts. Keffe D is about to fist bump his lawyer, so we're gonna just see what that is at the end
For
of
the
the day
record, the
here.
jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, I think it just makes more sense to play that as a block as opposed to a half hour, and I didn't realize we were breaking it up between a witness in between, so. Okay, I apologize for any inconsistency up the back. All right, we'll be in recess. We'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
And they're in recess. That is the end of the day. What day? What? Okay. Well, chat, 2 witnesses on this half day, trial day 3. I feel like we've lived 100 years in this trial because there has been some wild testimony. Excuse me. Today, the second witness on the stand, because again, half day, the second witness on the stand was LAPD, now retired, part of the task force that was investigating the death of Biggie Smalls. As a part of that task force, he did multiple interviews with Keffe D and flew with Keffe D to New York so Keffe D could try to have a conversation with Zip. Remember, Zip is the one he says he originally got the gun from that evening, and Zip was his connect to Puffy, Diddy, Sean Combs. The conversation around that was Keffe D told law enforcement while working as a confidential informant with them that Sean Combs never paid them being South Side Compton Crips, never paid them for the hit on Tupac and Suge Knight. And so he offered to initiate or reinitiate conversation with Zip, presumably to try to get that recorded on wire, to try to talk about the monies owed from Sean Combs. The detective also said at the beginning of their investigation into the Biggie murder, there were kind of 2 working theories. Either Southside Compton Crips took out Biggie because Sean Combs never paid for the hit on Tupac and Suge, or that Biggie got taken out as retaliation for the killing of Tupac. Those were their 2 working theories. But either way, there was an Impala leaving the scene, and Keffe D had a similar Impala, or identical, though those cars weren't identical, but an identical Impala that had been detained early on. Plus there was conversation about Southside Compton Crips. So they wanted to see if they could jam up Keffe D on some drug stuff to see if he would be interested in working with them. Hey, you have a lot of narcotics there. Would you like to form an alliance? And then we learn that while they're doing the Biggie task force, it seems that the feds aren't specifically interested in the Biggie murder as much as they're interested in bringing RICO cases against Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records, because the feds believed that both of those record labels were being fueled by drug money, and they wanted to go after those larger RICO cases. And the murder cases would become part of the acts of violence proving RICO. But it was very interesting to hear a witness on the stand sit down and say, yeah, the feds were interested in RICO cases against both Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records. Really interesting testimony. And when asked by the prosecution if he believed what Keffe D was saying in his proffer, he said, yeah, I did. I personally believed what Keffe D was telling us because I did not believe that Keffe D would be giving us a proffer that told us Orlando Anderson was the gunman in the Tupac shooting if that wasn't true, because everyone loved Orlando Anderson. The witness said Orlando Anderson was a prince. Keffe D loved his nephew. He was like the number 2 guy in Southside Compton Crips. He was beloved. And so he said, I don't think Keffe D would have put that on his nephew, alive or dead. He said, wouldn't put that smut, I think was his exact word, on his nephew, alive or dead. So I believed him. And that's why I believed him. And they also asked him questions about former LAPD Detective Greg Kading, who the defense has alleged stole the case files, or at least copies of them, to write his book, released tape of Keffe D's proffer. And what we saw was that our last witness was still working this task force and trying to clean up the mess left by Greg Kading after dropping that book in 2011, because the task force was still ongoing. And people were, he said, outed in that book, and he was scrambling trying to make sure people were okay. But he made it very clear that A, he sticks to the code, and B, he didn't have anything to say to Greg Kading about anything, and he's never spoken to the man and only read parts of the book. Very, very interesting. So, what's on our book club list? Well, of course, first and foremost, and I'm going to have to grab the other two so I can start holding them up. We're going to have a whole pile here next to the snacks. But first and foremost, Keffe D's Compton Street Legend. Look, I'm going to be reading parts of this book throughout the trial and checking back and forth. Some of this will come in, some of it won't. Why? Because I'm fascinating. I'm fascinating? No, because I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by what Keffe D has to say versus what's coming in trial. The Kading book is called Murder Rap. The other book is Labyrinth. I don't remember who wrote it. So Murder Rap also became a movie, I believe. So there's a lot of lore on this one, a little bit different than some of the other cases. The reason I'm covering the book in this one is because it's the defendant's own book. If we were just dealing with Kading's book, or if we were just dealing with some of the other books written around this, I wouldn't be talking about them. But when we are looking at the defendant's own words and the defense theory of fact or fiction, we're going to be talking about the defendant's book for sure. I'm so interested to see what continues to happen. And it's really surreal to talk about locations that I know, things that cross over with the work that I've done. But it's also surreal to have kind of lived through this period of time, had a lot of questions, and to now see some of those questions confirmed on the stand is truly wild. It's truly wild. So I'm sure it's surreal for many of you, and for some of you, I'm sure it's really interesting to step into all of this and just be like, what in the world is going on with all of this? Yes, there is a lot of interconnectedness. There is a lot of taking the jury and explaining to them the code of a different world. And I mean, etiquette is the proper word, but the etiquette of it just seems odd in this context. But you've got witness after witness talking the jury through. You've got to understand what this was like at this time in this world. And we've had a number of witnesses that I think have done that really well. And it's been fascinating. I hope you are equally fascinated. I am so interested to see what happens. And now are we going to see Suge Knight on the stand? I'm sure if we see Suge Knight on the stand, Suge Knight might be saying, I ain't saying shit about shit, but can they bring Suge Knight to court? They sure fucking can. Is Suge Knight going to be their best witness that Keffe D was in Vegas at the time? Probably. Hold on. Let me tell you, I mean, Keffe D says a lot of shit about Suge in this book. He talks about him a lot. Like, he talks about him a lot in this book. There is one part of this book that we saw. Did we see it in opening? Let me see. There is a part in this book where he is describing locking eyes with Suge as this shooting is about to start, where they are shooting up the car. And I know that I grabbed it. in here, but I am trying to find it with a speed, because once I started tabbing too many things, it becomes too many things. But he describes it really as them locking eyes the way that like bulls or rams lock horns. And it is a very interesting turn of phrase. So I will have to find it for tomorrow. I meant to do it last night and I did not, but I will find it. I will find it for tomorrow and grab that exact quote about him and Suge locking eyes across the vehicles. I just think of the scene in whichever Mission Impossible movie it was with Thandie Newton and the cars, where like the cars are spinning and everybody's hair is spinning because it's the one with the director that with all of the hair, right? And they're just like locked eyes and everything's shifting. That is what I'm thinking of. So yes, we locked eyes across the cars and then all hell broke loose to hear Keffe D tell it. So with that, we are going to we're going to answer a few questions and then we're going to roll because we've got more court tomorrow. It's not starting till 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Let's take some questions. All right. A lot of you are saying, why didn't Death Row retaliate? Well, many are saying that Death Row retaliated by taking out Biggie. So, and then everything was crawling with law enforcement. So there was continued fallout from that, but that's part of why, or that's part of the theory here, is that the retaliation was the killing of Biggie. Let's see. Just Veronica said this trial is bringing back memories and music 100%. It has its own playlist for sure. Kate So Great said, so grateful we can travel to 702 from the 323 with EDB answering lots of questions I'd had for 30 years. This trial is answering some questions because there's always been rumors. There's always been talk. It's really interesting to actually see it on the stand. I never really thought that we would. And to learn things that, I mean, might have been speculated to, but we didn't know. I don't think we ever knew that Keffe D signed a confidential informant agreement and flew out to New York. He leaves part of that out when he talks about it in his book. He makes it sound like they were just like talking on the phone. We're hearing about the RICO investigation into the record labels and more. But now I've got a question. Okay, so LAPD or the task force takes this information to Vegas PD in 2009. So what the fuck happened then? What happened? What happened then? Then what? I'm so curious. Amber said hot and spicy Cheez-Its and Red Bull for snacks. I have leftover Cheez-It snack mix from one of the legs of my multiple car trips. So that's what we were snacking on today, except it's become like dust, which has made it much more difficult to eat. Limery Galoza, I think I said that horribly. Class of 95, can't believe this case is happening. Class of 96, same. Can't believe this case is happening. Can't believe we're watching it. It's wild. Heather said, I got my Hostile Witness t-shirt yesterday. I hope you love it, Heather. They are one of my favorite cuts. I love them so much. I can't believe that yesterday the witness was actually like, you better treat me like a hostile witness. I'm like, holy shit. Holy shit. We're like here. We're just here. So, Jenny asked, can RICO cases still be brought against Death Row since it's been sold? I think it'd be real hard to go back and try to do RICO cases after all this time on this. I think it's unlikely. And if they were going to bring RICO cases on Bad Boy, you would think they would have done it when they brought all the other stuff against Diddy. Also, if they knew about it, you've got some real double jeopardy issues to bring Diddy into all this now. If they didn't when they prosecuted him for other stuff, some of which overlapped in time. So you've got some problems for a RICO case there. let's see. Natalie asked, would he need protection inside with all this coming out? I don't think any of this is for Keffe D or for Diddy. I don't think for anybody inside any of this is new for any of the people who care. A lot of the people who care. And I don't know. I am not still working in criminal prosecution. I don't know if this is the kind of thing that's a problem. And I don't know what the issue he had in custody was, because he got in a fight in custody. He got prosecuted for it. He got injured as well. But I don't know how much this is a concern, especially since people have known or speculated for so long. And he wrote all this in his book in 2019. He got arrested on this in 2023, and he's been in custody for 3 years. So I would think that if it was going to be an issue, it would have already been an issue. We need come get your lawyer for the soundboard. I'll think about it. I think he's tripping. Might need to be on the soundboard. Your lawyer's tripping. Mob James's testimony is going to be one of those witnesses that I don't know if I will ever forget. Ever. Because that was wild. Absolutely wild. Yesterday was wild. Today was wild. Tomorrow's another half day. Dr. B, and I didn't finish having the conversation today because much was going on, but Dr. B was like, I think we've got a thing tomorrow night, so I will keep you posted in the app. If they are going through all of the hours of recording tomorrow and I need to leave a little bit early, I might take the back end of the day tomorrow and attach it to our next stream, or let it roll without commentary, but that's no fun. So I might just, if I need to go, I will take the kind of the end of the court day and tack it on to the beginning of the next court day, and we'll make it work that way. So half day in court tomorrow, and then they will be back to full days. Either way, they're going to be late nights because we are on the West Coast. So West Coast, welcome. It's our first trial in Pacific time, because we've done Eastern, we've had cases in Central, we've had cases in Mountain. It's our first one on Pacific time. So there we go. Lawnards, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnard. I will see you in the chat tomorrow, and we'll see. Here's the real question for me is Suge coming to testify? They actually going to try to bring Diddy in? Because wouldn't that be fascinating? I'm waiting. I am waiting to see if Suge Knight comes to court. I think that's much more likely than Diddy coming to court, because Suge was in the car. And it's been insinuated that Suge's responsible for this. So I can see the prosecution wanting to call Suge and say, hey, did you hire off-duty law enforcement to shoot into the car that you were driving with Tupac, who presumably was grossing the most money on your label at the time? Is that what you were? Did you do that? Did you look in the other car? Did you see Keffe D? I don't know if I would ask him any more than that, because he might answer those 3 things. Then again, it's Suge Knight. He might not. His answer might be, state your name for the record. Marion Suge Knight. Hey, good to see you. So I got a few questions for you. No. So can I ask you? No. What are they going to do? Hold him in contempt? And do what? Run it concurrent to the 28 years he's already serving? We're going to put you in custody. Okay. Sure. Run it. Put it on my tab. Put it on my tab. Go right ahead, because you can't run it consecutively. Run it concurrent. I got time. I got years for this shit. So go right ahead. Go right ahead. I am so curious to see what happens. So Lawnards, we're going to answer that question together. Make sure you have the Lawnard app. Thank you again to our sponsor, Wildgrain, for allowing EDB to make EDB type decisions and say, you know what we really need? We really need to go through at least part of the music video for Hit 'Em Up, and it's going to be fine. Now, if the label chalks that video full of ads, I don't mind it being demonetized. What I hate it is when the copyright holder will take over ads and just add. And if that's happening, then we'll probably cut that part out of the stream. But either way, Wildgrain, thank you for sponsoring today's video and making all the deliciousness that I love. So Law Nerds, thank you. Thank you to Team Baker. Short day in court, short day tomorrow, and I will see you then. Have a good one. That's not the outro. We're doing it anyway, though. It's our outbound flight. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.